Or let's see, Abby. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. This is the LCCMR meeting for November 16th. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for attending either remotely or live. For those of us that are here live, just remember you have a little switch down there to hit when you want to speak. So with that, Diana, can we start the roll call attendance?
Gibson.
Here.
Gibson present. Hanson.
Here.
Hanson present. Her is excused. Acomb.
Present.
Acomb present. Albrecht.
Present.
Albrecht present. Backer.
Backer present.
Backer present. D-Stick. D-Stick. Faber.
Faber present. Good morning,
Faber.
stiffs there. Just want to say hi.
Heinzman.
Present.
Heinzman present. Collins.
Present.
Collins present. Green. Green present. Langseth.
Present.
Langseth present. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison present.
Morrison present. Heichel.
Michael present.
Heichel present. Reese.
Reese present.
Reese present. Westrom. Currently, there are 13 members present.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's approve the minutes for September 19th. Anybody had a chance to review them?
So moved.
All right, Representative Hanson moves. Any comments? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, you delayed that. Oppose? Okay, it passed. Now let's talk about the members who have reporting any conflicts of interest. Any members? All right, Commissioner Reese.
Madam Chair, I would like to declare a conflict on 173E. Brian Herman storing renewable energy and flow battery for grid use, which will be discussed in the extension.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Anybody on board there? Okay. All right, we just have that one. Thank you very much, Mr. Reese. Okay, let's move on to the director's report.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you, and I hope you're having a good fall so far. It's been a little while since we've met. This long stretch since our last meeting has been very full for staff. We've been reviewing the 101 draft work plans that were for projects recommended for funding by you in late summer. And that work has helped us starting with our draft appropriation language so that we are planning to get you a draft bill to look at our next meeting on December 7th. We've been working with the DNR to do fiscal capacity review of those recommended projects from new organizations. We've also been working with an entity that we hired to coordinate independent scientific peer review on 32 of those projects that included research. We've also been reviewing completed projects' final reports. We have a little over 80 projects that completed this summer, so we are helping those folks finish up their final reporting. And we will be having some of them come before you to present on their results both today and at our next meeting. We've been doing that all while trying to stay on top of our roughly 350 active projects and working with those project managers on their status updates and any amendment requests that they are needing. At the same time, we're working to get ready for our next RFP, including updating materials and our online system to adjust for new laws that passed in the 2023 session, in particular, those laws related to fiscal oversight of grants, and then also the capital construction project requirements that you all vetted and recommended to the legislature this past session. We're also, as you'll see in our agenda, starting to work on strategic planning. And then importantly, we've also been hiring. And so that brings me to my next point, which I'm just delighted to introduce our new staff, project analyst and grant monitoring specialist, Tom Dietrich, who's here with us today. Tom comes to us from Washington County, where he ran several environmental grant programs, coordinated water planning, and led the Public Health and Environment Department's strategic planning efforts. And before that, he worked at the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District as the permitting program manager and the city of Minnetonka as the water resource engineering coordinator. His first day with us was on October 25th, and we are already benefiting from the considerable expertise that he brings to us. So please join me in welcoming Tom.
Welcome.
Two other things I want to mention this morning. We are packing up and clearing out our offices. We have materials that have been there since the early 1960s that we are working through and trying to digitize. We are preparing to move to the Centennial Office Building, which will be our new home for the next 2+ years while the State Office Building is going under construction. So staff will be vacating our office next week and will be working from home until after the move occurs, which is currently anticipated to be early to mid-December. So for that reason, we may need to request that the meeting on December 7th is fully remote. We're looking into options about that, but please stay tuned that might be a possibility. Also, just want to let you know that in case you're planning on coming to the Capitol complex, some of the entrance doors to SOB will be closed, and the tunnel between the State Office Building and the Capitol will also be closed during construction. So that brings me to my next point, which is that Nancy's current term is expiring at the end of this calendar year. And so that governor appointed citizen position is posted as open on the Secretary of State's website. It's for a 4-year term starting on January 1st, 24. And if we are going to have a remote meeting at our next meeting, I really hope, Nancy, that you can come back at a later time when we can meet in person so that we can give you a proper goodbye. Your history goes far back, including, I think, with the helping to establish the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund, serving on the Citizen Advisory Committee, and then, of course, being among the first citizens appointed to the LCCMR. That was it for me, Nancy.
Good. All right. Thank you. Great reminder in my history. Okay, so we are going to start we're on number 5 now. And we're going to talk about the increasing diversity in environmental careers at the Minnesota DNR. I want to welcome May Vang Lee. If you can go ahead and proceed. Introduce yourself though first.
Good morning, chairs and members. Thank you for inviting Minnesota Department of Natural Resources to share an update on the increasing diversity in environmental programs career. I will use the acronym IDEC throughout the presentation, and I apologize in advance since I have a sore throat. So hopefully I will talk smoothly throughout the presentation. My name is Mei Yang. My pronouns I use are she, her, hers, and I am the Career Pathways Program Coordinator at the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. I will start with the video where 2 interns are at their agency placements this past summer, and it provides some details on the program. Then I will talk about the overview, program status update, evaluation, cohort 5A and 5B timeline. I apologize, I forgot to click the sound button. So let me just... Here's the video.
Today we're going to be picking some gill nets and taking out some trap nets to do a population assessment.
An IDEC fellow might find themselves researching in the field or out in the water.
I've worked on a lot of picking gill nets, stream work, electrofishing, getting the structures for them, doing diet analyses. I eventually want to be a professor, so I want to be able to have a lot of experience in a bunch of different fields.
And if not out on the water, an IDEC fellow might find themselves in an office. collecting and reviewing data vital for Minnesota's natural resources.
Today, I have been looking at wells in Sherburne County and measuring how much water that they have in the aquifers in order to keep an eye on Minnesota's groundwater.
But all participants will learn both in the classroom and in the outdoors, with a customized experience that helps ensure academic and professional success.
It takes a well-rounded person to really step into the woods and look around and get that big picture for what we need to do to manage the landscape. And the more diverse that background is, the better.
People mention I am in a place where people look like me within my cohort and sound like me and have similar visions. They feel very included. And so I think that encourages them to feel that they have a belonging, they have a space.
It's cool to know that I'm not alone, because that was something I was really afraid about going in at first.
This pathway for underrepresented STEM students includes a partnership across 3 state agencies and the Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa, helping students navigate their journeys from college to career.
It made me kind of find myself in a way, because for me specifically, like being a woman and having like an invisible disability that people don't really see, I didn't feel like maybe I was good enough because we didn't have as much representation with like people with disabilities or women. So I think overall just learning how to be myself with others as well was kind of a big part of the IDEC program.
When a student or participant say, hey, I have something that is important to me related to my identity and my background, it's something that we would raise awareness to the state. It's just very important and essential that we connect with them and they connect with us so that we can improve the opportunities that we offer.
The program puts people in the careers where their passions guide them, regardless of their race, gender, religion, or other individual differences.
I remember specifically one day being out and, this little girl was really surprised and happy to see that another girl was working on a fishing boat. I remember her telling me that she didn't think girls could do that. But, just me being in this position through IDEC now gave her a little bit of hope too of something that she could do in the future.
I personally feel like I've seen a lot more female interns coming in, a lot more female hires. It's good for people who maybe don't feel like they fit in to see that they do fit in and that it's a job that everyone can do if this is what you want to do.
Genuinely saying this is probably the best thing I ever did for my college career. I still felt like at some times, like I don't know if I can finish this, but I always had the support of the people in the program. I would say I'd very highly recommend it just because of all the people that I've met, the connections that I've made, and actually finishing college and being very happy about that.
So what is the IDEC program? Through a strategic partnership between the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources, the IDEC program aims to reduce and eliminate barriers that inhibit underrepresented students from completing STEM degrees and obtaining environmental careers after graduation. This collaborative program provides a unique opportunity for underrepresented STEM college students to develop a career path in the environmental and natural resource fields. This is a 9-year project that started in 2019 and is expected to end in 2028. There are a total of 6 cohorts, typically 12 to 16 students in each cohort. They typically start each fall semester and we will expect to serve between 45 to 85 students. I'm not going through every funding since it is shared in the agenda, but wanted to mention we completed ML 2017 and 18. We still have 3 active funding. There are 3 components to the IDEC program. The first is the fellowship, and that is where the IDEC students are provided with a supportive community of peers, yearly academic scholarship, and professional development opportunities. Fellows work with the IDEC Assistant Program Manager at Conservation Corps Minnesota and Iowa, who manages resources and helps students navigate the challenges during their academic journey. The second is the mentorship. Fellows connect with professionals in the field who share their experiences and provide support. The mentorship aims to enhance college success, encourage personal and professional development, and promote career advancement by pairing fellows with employees at one of the participating state agencies. And last but not least is the internship. So during the summer, fellows learn about the environmental and natural resource career paths and gain hands-on experience through paid full-time internships with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. In the first summer internship, participants rotate between the 3 state agencies. In the following summer, they are placed at one of the participating state agencies based on the agency's funding, as well as where the participants would like to be placed. I am so sorry about that. Thank you. So yes, here are the 3 different components. And for the IDEC program update, everyone in cohort 1 completed the program. There are still active members in cohorts 2 through 4, leading a total of 57 participants. In 2022, Wilder Foundation worked on an evaluation and 3 surveys, which include the alumni internship and exit. I'm not going through every one of them based on the time, and this presentation is also sent to LCCMR as well, so you can look at that copy. I do want to highlight the program outcomes related to the alumni survey that 60% are full-time employee, 27% are in graduate school, and the rest were figuring out what they want to do at that time.
Thank you.
The agency placement internships are in-kind funding. So based off the grant agreement, the 3 participating state agencies agree to fund students in the 2nd and 3rd summer internships. Typically, half of the participants are student workers at the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources and Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. The Board of Water and Soil Resources typically can fund 1 or 2 students. I just want to reflect here that one of the photos, as well as the video, shows that not everyone works in the field. They also have remote opportunities as well. As for the future of the IDEC program, we do have 2 cohorts. One is going to be called 5A, and it is designed to introduce first-year undergraduate students to the IDEC program. They will only participate in 1 summer rotational internship, not the fellowship and mentorship. The goal is to engage students who have not yet declared major and provide hands-on experience throughout the summer. If participants are interested to continue in the program upon completion of the summer rotational experience, they can be considered for a continuation in cohort 5B, where they experience the fellowship and mentorship components. Questions?
Okay. Thank you very much. Other questions? Yes, Representative Aco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate the work here. And my question is about, you talked about the relationship with the Conservation Corps. And with the newly formed Green Corps, is there going to be, you talked about working both with DNR and MPCA. Is there going to be an opportunity potentially for IDEC to partner with Green Corps as well?
So Conservation Corps Minnesota Iowa has about 7 to 9 different programs in general, and I think that they connect with to other members. So I don't know to what capacity IDEC will be doing that, since it is a separate grant. And so we have worked with the DNR and MPCA and Bowser. I don't anticipate that happening, but there might be an opportunity where student or participants from that program as well as the IDEC program may collaborate with each other as well. So that'll be my answer.
Just a little follow-up.
Please.
And I encourage that maybe, because I think that both in natural resource, the industry, as well as the green technology and the green transition is not necessarily representative of our state. We need more diversity within that. So if there's an opportunity to, I think it would be an important and beneficial one.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll consider that.
Good. All right. Next, we have Senator Herr.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Ms. Lee. And I'm just curious to see the 60% of full-time, the intern who are getting full-time employee, which are 60% of them. Where did they go? Did they go to our state agency, or they're out there with a full-time job that are environment related? I'm just curious on that front.
Yes, thank you,
Yes.
Senator Fallinger.
Ms. Lee.
So we have, based off of the alumni, we have about 4 folks who have participated in having a full-time job, whether that's temporary, full-time, or part-time in the States. And I think that is something we would like to improve on, and having those conversations internally within the agency of how can we continue to support that. Some other folks are, they are in nonprofits right now, or another capacity of government. Some of them have moved on to private as well. So it depends on what the student wants to pursue. And some of them are working out of the state, but they are still part of a local government as well.
Did you have a follow-up, Senator Herr?
Chair Gibson, I don't have follow up, but I have a little statement on this, and I know that we're trying, and in terms of our committee as well as the legislature, and we're trying to diversify our employee, trying to get people of color into environmental position. In the ideal world, we don't really need to push hard, and everybody will hire adequately, but sometimes people hire folks that they are comfortable with, folks that maybe look more like them and look different, but the emerging of our diversity is surging. And so, America are paying attention to this, but then we're not doing well enough. We know that diversity is needed. And sometimes we just hire diversity based on diversity's sake and not getting people well trained, and then we don't sustain people of color and women into the position. So it's going to be a slow process, but sooner or later the demographic of our workforce in our state agency must change, and this may not just apply to DNR or MPCA or other environmental agency, but many agency in our state. So I just want to make that statement out there, and this is not directing to any presenter, any members here, but just for agency leaderships and us too, in terms of how we're going to grow from here. Are we going to just dispense money to get in terms of color to the pipeline, but after that, that's gone, and we don't know where they are, and then we can continue to put money into it, but the workforce demographic in our agency has not changed. It should have changed greatly already. For diversity sake, so we're already late in the game in 20 years. If I look at other agency, Department of Revenue or Transportation, I mean, all credit go to them. It seems that the diversity a little bit more reflected, still not up to par on 25% of our minority population, but at least they're doing something more reflective. But in terms of natural resource, we are really lagging behind, so I just thought I'd make my point out there, and I'll have a different format too in the legislature to make the statement, but thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Senator Fong. Yes, I think that's one thing we notice about at the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources is that there is a lower percentage number when it comes to diversity, but having conversations about retention and what does that look like, as well as improving work culture and the diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think that is going to be a continuous conversation. That'll be slow, and this is a pilot program, and so as we're hoping to move forward onto this program, we hope to improve in that as well. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to interrupt this part of the program. Senator Westrom and Senator Dietzig have joined the meeting, along with Senator Hers, you just saw. So officially, they're here. Next is Commissioner Langseth.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Yang Lee, for your presentations. It seems like your outcomes are pretty outstanding. Actually, 60% seems really high in my opinion, but I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more. You alluded to this, the barriers that these students are facing. Could you just talk a little bit more about those barriers and how this program has helped, get through those? And, I assume that the barriers they're facing as students also continue on into the workplace as well. So just curious to hear more on that.
Ms. Yang Lee?
Yes, thank you so much. So when it comes to barriers, what this program does is during the fellowship, we provide scholarships for students every single semester. On top of that, there are emergency funding as well, professional development opportunities too, and they do meet with the IDEC Assistance Program Manager to help with those barriers as well. So there's a monthly one-on-one meeting. And I know that I'll just share an example. There was one student, it could be random, but there was one student who was struggling and they're like, I have 2 weeks left to live in my place. My landlord kicked me. And so what we did, CCMI, they looked at all the different places and see the different possibilities, and they were able to find a spot. So it just really depends on what support they need at the moment.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up? Okay. All right. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, it'd be great if we could get that video and share it. I don't know if that's possible. This appropriation, particularly the older ones, were actually cut on the House floor in terms, I don't know, that might have been before you were here. So I think it's good for the legislature, something that we had debated extensively would be good to see how it's turned out. And I think it's turned out well. And on Senator Hers' point of helping get the word out, we can share it. If we could share the video, that would help out just in closing the loop that, it worked. And sometimes we try new things and they work, and this one has, and can help involve people in the future. So thank you for your work.
Yes, and thank you. I think just working with community members and leaders too, I think this is something where not just the IDEC program, but in general, they're asking where can participants be more involved. youth. There's a great support in that, but I think that transitioning part from young adults to how do they get to either state agencies or professional career, it's been an amazing journey. And regarding to the video, we will need to include or update the description and some logos. And so once we have that, I'll send that to Becca.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to, just a minute. I want to add that I sat with your first recruits at a roundtable meeting at the DNR, and it was just such a pleasurable experience. They had lots of questions, they had lots of enthusiasm and engagement. So it's nice to see it in action. Now I'm going to turn it over to Becca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to plug in. We will post that video. We can send it out to members, but just a reminder that we have a YouTube channel, and we do, whenever we see videos that are put on, produced by our grantees, we will post them there. So that is a good resource for folks if you're looking for some videos to use for your purposes.
Good. Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Okay, we greatly appreciate your presentation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, chair members.
Okay, next we have Jenny Bupke. Is she coming in person? Okay, she is online. As I see her face, is it up there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Becca, I'm going to let you introduce this.
Great. So members, I do see Jenny, so she is here, but with both the RFP review and strategic planning coming up, we thought it might be helpful for you to hear about the proposal and evaluation process of another grant program. And this is actually one that we fund. And this is the local grants program. It's hosted by the DNR. They provide grants to local units of government. Specifically, there are two grant programs we're talking about: the natural and scenic areas grant program and the outdoor recreation grant program. They have a little different focus on what they do and what kinds of projects they fund. But Jenny Bubke with the DNR has been kind enough to agree to share with us today some of the elements of their grant proposal vetting process.
All right. Welcome to LCCMR, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone for inviting me here to speak today. I'll go ahead and share my presentation.
There you go. All right, you're on.
All right. So as Becca mentioned, my name is Jenny Bapke, and I'm a grants coordinator with the Division of Parks and Trails, working on the natural and scenic area grant program, as well as the outdoor recreation grant program. And I'm going to be speaking today about our application and selection process regarding those two programs. So we're just going to quickly discuss the natural and scenic area grants program, what it is, as well as the outdoor recreation grants program. We're then going to move into an overview of the information we require during the application process and some of the background as to why we require that information. And then we're going to briefly look at the review and selection process, and then finish with a quick discussion on what our inspection process looks like. So the natural and scenic area grants program's goal is to increase, protect, and enhance natural and scenic areas. It provides matching grants to local units of government and school districts for up to 50% of the cost of acquisition. Minimal betterment activities are eligible, while high levels of development or active use are not appropriate under this program. It's funded through multiple sources of funding, state and federal, which includes funding from LCCMR. So I wanted to quickly kind of touch base. This program is for passive outdoor recreation activities. This includes things like nature observation, bird watching, walking or hiking, cross-country skiing and snowshoeing, as well as canoeing, overlooks, interpretive displays, benches, informational and boundary signage, protective fencing, and parking. We do require that all development plans are approved to make sure we're in line with the goals of the program. When we talk about selection priorities for this program, we're looking at three main areas. The first is the natural resource qualities. For this, we're looking at endangered, threatened, or special concerns species and or communities, high quality terrestrial or aquatic ecosystems, outstanding geological or physiographic features, protection of water quality or shoreline along rivers, lakes, or streams, or restoration efforts. We also look at scenic qualities. This includes bufflands or other elevated terrain that provide various viewing communities for those opportunities for those visiting the park. Then we have other review components. This can include educational and scientific values of the area, as well as space and historical and or cultural values. Next is our outdoor recreation grants program. The goal of this program is to increase and enhance outdoor recreation facilities and local and community parks throughout the state of Minnesota. This grant provides matching grants to local units of government for up to 50% of cost of acquisition, development, and or redevelopment of local parks and recreation areas. It also has multiple sources of funding from state and federal levels, including LCCMR. The review and selection focuses on priorities set in the State Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, which I'll reference from here on out as the SCORP, and other project-specific criteria. The application components for this program, which is what we're going to go through today, incorporate required information for federal funding. And then just as a quick overview, I wanted to provide some information on types of projects selected in fiscal year 24 that were funded in part or in whole by LCCMR. These include kayak launches, shore fishing and fishing piers, boardwalks, trails, and river access, nature observation areas, camping facilities, restrooms and storm shelters, picnic shelters, parking, and native plantings. So we're going to go through the application requirements for the outdoor recreation program. And the first thing we look at, as mentioned earlier, is Minnesota's SCORP. This is a document that's required under the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund Act, which is the source of federal funding for this program. It's required to be updated every 5 years under the Act. And when we review applications under the program, we're looking at the following three strategic directions in our SCORP. And this can change as the SCORP is updated. The first is, how does this connect people to the outdoors? The second is, does the project acquire land and or create opportunities? And part of the review under this question places priority on near home acquisition and or development and densely populated and rapidly growing areas. And then finally, we also look at the question, does the project take care of what we have? We also have some project-specific criteria that we look at when reviewing. This includes application on project quality and local match, park and facility design, health and safety, appropriate design standards, and environmental intrusions. And we'll get into more of this later. The first that we're going to look at.
Excuse me, just a moment. Could you speak up just a little bit? We're having some difficulty here.
Oh,
Thank
sure.
you.
Is that better?
A little bit. Can you get just a little closer to your microphone?
Yep. Is that better?
What's everybody else think? Not really. I guess
Okay.
we'll just have to. All right. Well, just thank you. Speak up as best you can.
I can try connecting to the actual computer. I'm on headphones. Let me try that real quick. 1 second. Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for letting me know. I was in the office, so I had the headphones in to block out noise, but sometimes it can cause an issue. So for environmental
We're looking at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service information for planning and consultation, or what we call the IPAC report. This provides a list of species and other resources known or expected to be in or near the project area, and this is a component that's required for federal funding. We also have a section in the application that just provides descriptions of environment and environmental impact. This includes a required SHPO data request, and other recommended resources include the IPAC report, Minnesota's list of endangered and threatened animal species, and then National Wetlands Inventory. And then we also have an environmental screening form, which we're going to go through on the next slide, which is required for federal funding. So this is a screenshot of the environmental screening form. So it has a variety of questions on how the project will affect the following resources. And applicants are given columns of a positive, negative, question mark, or NA. Although the question mark is going to be removed in the upcoming revised table from the Department of Interior, but and then the list, so they provide to their best knowledge and it's on their research how it'll impact. So there's things about air quality, climate, endangered species, environmental justice, geological resources, historic or cultural resources, invasive species, lightscapes, migratory birds, recreation resources, socioeconomics, sound, unique ecosystems, and then there's several questions on water as well. So underneath the table, applicants provide any previous environmental documents related to the project and/or site. They explain any negative or unknown impacts from the table above. They explain how the information in the table was derived and cite the sources of data used to complete the table. They're also required to provide details of who completed the table. This includes name, title, agency, and qualifications, and then lists all federal, state, and local permits or approvals needed for the project, including their purpose and status. So another section that we include in the application is on public participation. We ask for who was involved in the public participation process. This can include state, local, and federal agency professionals, subject matter experts, members of tribes, and members of the public. We ask about what information was made available and the opportunity the public had to be involved in planning and developing the proposal. And then we asked if there was an opportunity for the public to review the completed proposal, and if there were public meetings and or formal public comment periods, including dates and length of time, and then were those comments received and were written responses provided. We also look at accessibility. I'm going to first focus on accessibility with the big A. So our projects are required to meet current ADA standards. Every project also must meet ADA standards on critical components. This includes providing accessible parking spaces serving each area of the park. Drinking water and restrooms, if provided, must be accessible, and there must be access routes to all recreation facilities within the park. We also look at accessibility with a lowercase a. So under the SCORP questions, we look at how the park is accessed. We ask for information on types of transportation used to access the park from the community. This can include trails, car, and public transportation. For this question, we're looking for parks that can be accessed without cars to help underserved populations access outdoor recreation opportunities that are near to home. For the selection process, the applications are reviewed by the grant management team for our programs. The scoring range includes, where applicable, guidance on what different points within the range mean. So for example, if a question had questions on something about if it had one or both of the aspects, one would be 2 points, both would be 4 points. Another example is 4 points has several amenities, 2 points has a couple of amenities, and 1 point has one amenity. And this is just to try to help provide consistency throughout as we have multiple reviewers looking at the applications. When it comes to project quality, we're looking at, is it a complete application? Is there a detailed budget? Is there enough detail to clearly understand the project from the information available? Is the proposal compatible with the project site? And then we also look at the boundary and site plan maps. When we're looking at match, some things that can strengthen an application are if 20% of the match is from their own resources, and if the match is committed versus anticipated. Let's make sure. Yep. We're looking at how is the proposal using the available space? Are there any conflict among facilities or adjacent uses of facilities? Some things we look at for health and safety include traffic flow, trail walkway crossings, and removal of older play equipment or other older equipment. And then finally, for inspections, we do require on-site final inspections for every grant under our program. This is to confirm that the project was completed as proposed, that the ADA critical components are met, and the required funding sign is posted, including if you have state, federal, or funding from LCCMR. And then we also have post-completion compliance because under our program, these parks are to be maintained for outdoor recreational use into perpetuity. So we do require on-site post-completion inspections every 5 years if the grant is federally funded. And if it's not federally funded, we do send reminders of post-completion compliance for state-funded grants. And we try to visit and do on-site post-completion inspections to the extent possible. And with that, I just wanted to thank everyone for your time again today. And with that, I'll open for questions.
Okay, are there questions from commission members? I don't see any. Okay, I have one. That's a very impressive process that you go through. It's admirable, actually. I'm just curious, when you see red flags in a project, what's your process for either getting rid of them, helping them? What do you do?
Yes, thank you for that question. So during our application process, when it's open, we do actually offer applications to be received by a certain date for review and feedback. This can help us identify any potential red flags that may require adjusting before the final application is submitted. Following that, we do also, when we send out notification letters each year, we do offer to each application that we can go through feedback that we received on their applications so they can revise the application and submit the following year if they're interested. Sometimes that's in the form of a simple email. Sometimes it's hopping on a phone call with the team who put the application together and going through that so they have a stronger application moving forward next year.
Yes, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going through the listing of the criteria and making sure there's compliance with some of the federal requirements, I'm just wondering of when we do appropriations, direct appropriations that may be eligible for federal dollars, do we need to cross-reference those federal processes? I'm just, we're doing a direct appropriation to these grant programs, and I think that helps ensure they're run well. But if we're doing a direct appropriation, and we've had direct appropriations that say they're bringing in federal money,
right?
Do we need to? And I don't have an answer for that, but I'm just wondering if we have to cross-reference or it's just inherent in the requirement.
I'm not the one to answer that. Can you, Becca, or why don't you take a stab at it and we'll ask?
Madam Chair and members, if a proposal is saying that they are going to use federal funds, then we assume that they would follow the federal process in order to access those funds. We currently do not have a process of cross-checking. If you wanted to extend the federal requirements to our projects, you could do that, and then we would have to build in a process to receive those, right now we're just, the state requirement, for example, is just to consult with SHPO. The federal requirement might be more, be a little tighter than that. And if you wanted to adopt those standards, we would have to build in that process to do that due diligence.
Follow up?
I think we should maybe just check with legal counsel on this. I don't know if we have an answer today, but just see going in the future, just particularly if there's large appropriations that are referencing matching federal dollars. Not everything does, but sometimes there is language about contingency to go to that there is federal money coming in as well. I'm just not, I'm curious. I don't have an answer to this right now, but I think it would be good to check on it a little bit.
Okay. Any more thoughts? Okay. I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Bumke. It's quite a selection process you have. And you didn't mention problems. I'm assuming you came up with this process because there were problems in the past and you just have kept changing it. So is that the case?
Yeah, so to explain how our project funding works a little bit too, is so we have these programs and the projects we then, based on the project type, duration, that sort of thing, match it with the best funding available that we have.
Okay, I didn't catch all that last sentence.
We ran into was getting the applications that were selected for federal funding. Oh, yeah, sorry, let me lean closer.
Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you. We're coming in and out. If you could just answer that last question.
Having all the information ready to go, or if something, yeah, I think it's my internet. Let me turn off my video just real quick. Is that okay, Becca?
Yes.
I need to keep the video on. Okay.
Just answer that last question and we'll move on.
Did we lose her also?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I thought just. Are you there, Ms. Bumke? Okay, we'll come back to that answer. Sorry about that. We have another technical problem. Okay, let's move on then to number 7. And we're going to need action on this. This is the draft for the request for proposal. For those of you here with us today, it looks like that with blue on top with a nice loon. I hope for those of you on Zoom that you've had a chance to review this. Just as a reminder, this is what we use to get our proposals in. So it's a very important document. Oh, Our Lady is back. Why don't we listen to her and then we will come back to this next project. Ms. Bumke?
Sorry about that. It seems my internet cut out on me. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can hear you fine. If you just answer that last question, that'd be great.
Yeah, awesome. So one of the problems we were finding was when a application was selected for federal funding or is best suited for federal funding, not having all of the available information or having that application ready, or if a grant switched from state funding to federal funding. So that's one of the reasons we've tailored the application to meet all of those federal standards.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your time today.
Okay, now we're back to number 7. And just as I said before, this is when we receive all these proposals, this is the guidelines for them to, in order to make those proposals. So I'm going to have Becca give us a little bit of background, and then we can talk about opportunities to review it and revise it.
Great, Madam Chair. And members did express, I think earlier this year, maybe last year, that they wanted to have a little bit more time to deliberate on the RFP before approving it this year. So that's why we've got it on the agenda a little earlier than we normally do, so that you can have discussion on it today. And then we would anticipate that we would put it on the next meeting agenda, presumably for you to adopt it at that point. As Nancy said, just as a reminder that the trust fund money may not be, by law, trust fund money may not be spent for projects or purposes that are inconsistent with the strategic plan. So the RFP, which is what you use to communicate to the world what kinds of projects you're interested in funding, should likewise be consistent with the current strategic plan. And of course, we're going to be having some conversation about the strategic plan in the next agenda item. And we have also included excerpts from the current strategic plan in your packets and have linked to the full strategic plan. That's the 2020 strategic plan on the meeting page online. So I can start by just showing you a couple of places that will sort of necessarily be updated. The dollar amounts you see in red here, the dates, which will be set once you determine your calendar for the year. There are also some, as I mentioned earlier, some laws that changed last year related to capital projects requirements and fiscal capacity oversight. So there are some sections on page 6, specifically the financial capacity section, some of the documents for fee title acquisition, conservation easement acquisition, and capital construction projects. Those sections are still kind of under construction, while the guidance for some of those laws are still coming out, and we're working through some of those documents. I'll say, just as a reminder, the financial capacity, there are going to be more documents required for applicants to submit, and that's going to apply to nonprofits, political subdivisions, and for-profit organizations. And some of that is included in the template resolutions that we have drafted, so that people now can use our draft resolution that includes everything that they need to say. The new requirements will have applicants certify that none of their principals have been involved in a felony financial crime for the last 10 years. They have to disclose any liens on their assets. And one more thing that I will think of. Oh, and that a private company is not under bankruptcy proceedings. So those will be incorporated. That'd be good. I can go into more if you'd like, Madam Chair, if you want me to talk about the funding priorities at all, but I would say that this has been pretty much the same RFP that we have used for the last 15 or so years.
Are there comments from commission members? Yes, Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to clarify and get this into the record, that's under E, air quality, climate change, and renewable energy. There's a
What page you on?
page number 4. There's a specific mention that, and I think it's been consistent in other years, that funding for capital projects will not be considered in this category. And I just wanted to clarify that we had this discussion when Commissioner Albrecht led the capital project subcommittee, that research equipment that sometimes could be considered capital equipment, capital project would be excluded from that. For example, some of the equipment used to measure greenhouse gas emissions can run into the tens of thousands of dollars. And so just wanted to clarify that and get on the record, just in my opinion, that was to be research equipment was to be excluded from that. And that was for research institutions such as the University of Minnesota, MNSCU, and others.
Okay, Becky, you want me to?
Madam Chair, members, I would just say that when staff is reviewing proposals and we are providing, sometimes proposers come to us and ask us questions about what's allowed and what's not. And all we have to go on is what is written in the RFP here and our allowable expenses. And that is the interpretation that we take to that research. This does not mean that research that includes capital equipment will not be considered under this.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of suggestions for changes. One is on page 5 in the small projects to encourage, the LCCMR encourages proposals under 200,000. I would propose lifting that to 250,000. I think we've been at 200,000 for a few years. And I think there's been inflation. And so I think just to modify that to 250K instead of 200K. And then looking at a couple of the contaminants, and it shows that
What page are you on?
First one shows on 3 under water resources, item 2, and we specifically call out PAHs, which are an issue of concern, but were more of an issue of concern, I think, 10, 15 years ago. We do not call out PFAS, and I think we should identify PFAS specifically in addition to the PAHs, because it does cross across several products, and then also microplastics. So wherever there's a listing of contaminants of interest but are not limited to, I'd like if we could add PFAS and microplastics.
Okay. Other changes proposed? Anybody on? Yes, Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that was notable, for me at least, on the tour to eastern Minnesota was the sensors that have been developed through LCCMR to enable some of this foundational data and other data. And I think that would be an area that maybe this is more discussion for the strategic plan that LCCMR could emphasize, because it was apparent to me that those were very valuable in collecting the type of data that we're interested in for the state.
Yes, thank you for that acknowledgement. I just want to say too that the RFP does have to fit the guidelines of the strategic plan. And so I think when we talk about the strategic plan, that might be a good place to talk about that. Any other suggestions? I have a couple, if you're ready for me. Under education, we've been talking about curriculums, and at the bottom on page 4, on the bottom part of the environmental education there, number 2, it says proposals to develop new curriculum will not be considered. And I think with the new guidelines and the new activities we're seeing with climate change, PFAS, microplastics, we need to take that out and to say that we will consider new curriculum. So that's one. The other one I have, noticing my partner to the right here, but I know pollinators are extremely important, but so is diversity. I have great concerns about our amphibians and reptiles and other animals that we are not addressing in many of our proposals. So I would like to add that we do add that wildlife diversity, including pollinators, if that is all right with you, and that would be in number 1 and in number 3 under number F, methods to protect and restore. And then my last thought is when we go through the proposals and we're going through all the criteria, I'm seeing a lot more projects that aren't ready, and a lot of these projects come in as visions and not plans, and it tends to get staff and takes a lot of staff time. It takes a lot of our time too. And I'll just bring up, sometimes the soils are contaminated. They haven't gone through and done some of that process. Some of the easements aren't finalized. And so it causes some delays. So I would like to make that readiness a bigger emphasis in our criteria. So on page 7, where it says capacity and readiness, I want to make sure that all the permits and soil samples and all that have been cleared. All right, and I see we have some comments from Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, it's in response to one of your suggestions there. I think we should retain the use of existing curricula in our environmental education category, particularly for the reason that you mentioned regarding other projects that are not ripe for funding just yet. I think one of the challenges with developing new educational tools is the testing and likelihood of failure in development. And we had, at least this year and prior years that I've been on the commission so far, we've seen sufficient underfunded, capable curricula already present in the environment. And I think funding perhaps experimental curriculum or development of new curricula would not be, would put too much of a burden then on staff to manage untested products, essentially. So I would maintain our use of only existing curriculum and not creation of new, for that same reason that you mentioned for other projects.
All right, so just to be clear now, you want to keep the current curriculum. You'd still want to consider it. You're worried about the burden on staff. You might. Just so I understand your point here.
I like the way we speak about environmental education now, and I wouldn't change it.
Okay, so you would not like to, the curriculum you want to keep as is, that's the statement.
Right, I would not invite development of new curricula under that funding point.
Okay. All right. Is that Representative Hanson? Okay.
Thank you. And maybe on that one, we do a Google poll or something and see, or on some of these topics. I'm wondering on the land acquisition.
What page?
On page 5, item number 5, efforts involving SNAs or other areas to protect existing or unique ecosystems. And so do we need to put in, I mean, it does say or other areas, do we need to put in like Native Prairie Bank or some other programs? I don't have an exact answer there, but there also may be areas where perhaps they're not in the traditional, I don't put this, they may not be a traditional prairie or scientific and natural area. Maybe they are a site that has been restored that used to be developed. It is not, I'm not talking about remediation. I think we should actually have a prohibition about using the funds for remediation. But so let's say there's been a site that's remediated, maybe in an urban area, and you're bringing it back to native. It's not going to go into SNA, but maybe it's something that provides environmental benefits. I'm not quite sure how to write that, but and I'm raising that for if other people are interested in that as well.
Right.
Unique ecosystems.
Okay, so just as a reminder, we're going to take action on this today so we can get the RFP out in a timely manner. So I think we're bringing up a lot of good points, and I just want to make sure that do we have time to do a Google poll on those? I'm not really sure.
Madam Chair, I think we do have time to have discussion today. Staff can develop some language maybe to address some of these issues and incorporate it as an updated draft RFP that you would then look at and vote on at the next meeting.
Okay.
So we could make those revisions and send it out in advance so people can come prepared to.
Okay, so Representative Hanson, do you want to add some language for staff to review?
On that one, I'm actually opening up to the commission because see if other people are interested in that or if they're understanding what I'm suggesting. Maybe it's just me and I see there is a hand up.
Yes, we have, okay, can we hold off on your point? And we have Representative Heinzman on there. Representative
Are you
Heinzman?
recognizing me, Madam Chair?
Yes, I
Thank you.
am.
Okay. I wanted to just quickly check, and this is going back to at least one or two of the suggestions that you had previously made, Madam Chair, in regard to curriculums. I also
Yes.
had a question on the third, the readiness question. I was wondering if Director Nash could give us a ballpark idea, if she may recall or have the information at hand, maybe why the current exclusion of curriculum modification is in place.
Ms. Nash?
Madam Chair and members, Representative Heinze, that's a very good question. And I think our recollection is that this was a member several years ago who raised this as a concern, thinking that there were already substantial amounts of curriculum in existence and that it just needed to be applied. Our understanding is that we have heard from some applicants that there is a need for new curriculum at this time because again, the science standards has changed in the last few years. So if that helps give any perspective.
Representative Heinzman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That does help, I guess, anecdotally, but I do find myself agreeing with Commissioner Peichel that I'm not sure that that should be a change that we should be making without some kind of larger discussion. I'm just sharing my feelings on that and agreeing with Commissioner Peichel. And then also on the third suggestion that Commissioner Gibson made, Madam Chair, you had suggested that we need to make modifications to define readiness. And one of the concerns I have with many of the items that you were mentioning is that some of them are pretty exhaustive and do cost money. And so a lot of times we do have groups and cities coming in to offer proposals with more of a vision than having done some of the work that you were suggesting. And oftentimes some of those visions are quite good and we wind up supporting those things where your suggestion, if I'm not mistaken, would preclude them from even coming and making a presentation because you're expecting all these other things to be done. If I misunderstood, I apologize, but if that is the case, that adding additional requirements in the name of readiness could exclude good projects, I would oppose that.
Okay, I'm going to respond to that. The issue has come to us and I know I'm not going to blame this on staff, but it does get frustrating for me to see plans come in that, oh yeah, well, we thought we'd do a parking lot here and then maybe do some trails there. And it doesn't really, it isn't concrete and it takes a lot of time from commission members and from staff members and they come to our attention. And some of these extensions you're going to hear later today are probably the best examples. So I want to make sure that we are seeing good plans that are ready to go and that they've put that much effort into in order for us to fund. It's difficult to fund visions. I'm not trying to discourage them, but I want realistic visions with some data behind it. As far as the curriculum goes, I don't want to see our education programs limited by not being allowed to do new curriculum. We are seeing so many things change, whether it is our energy conservation and as we talked about other issues with water. I think we need to stay abreast of the new technologies and allow curriculum to advance along with that. I agree that having staff judge the curriculum could be difficult, but we already have like peer review groups and other items available to us for them to for them to be judged by. So I know this is a concern, not only by commission members and staff, but I think curriculum is important. That's how many of these people learn. So I would like to keep all those in our project, our RFPs.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Heinzman.
I would respond. Number one, in the discussion of readiness again,
Yes.
It sounds as though it is your opinion that the commission or commissioners themselves shouldn't have the opportunity to hear projects that fall into a definition that you pre-prescribe. So they're not even in a position to determine for themselves if a project deserves to be heard or not. You would prohibit them from even having that opportunity. So I would continue to disagree with your position. I'm not going to continue on the issue of curriculums, although I do continue to share Commissioner Peikel's position.
Okay. Well, thank you for those comments. And let's see, we have, okay. Who's that? Langseth? Commissioner Langseth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually just want to clarify, what do we exactly mean by curriculum? Because in my mind, if there's a program already in place, a structure, the staffing is already there, and they're looking to modify the educational materials, that seems different to me than starting like a whole new educational program with new staff and developing a whole program. So I guess maybe if we could just get a little bit of clarification on what we are defining by curriculum. I'm not an educator, so I don't, yeah.
Okay, so you want a definition? Is that what I'm hearing? Mr. Langseth?
Yeah, if we could define what we mean by curriculum, because I would say if we're talking about developing a whole new program, I can understand why we wouldn't want to go that route. But if we're just modifying an existing program with new educational material, I would think that would be more reasonable to support.
Okay. Any more comments on the curriculum? Senator Green? Senator Green?
That's the first thing I thought of too when I saw this. I was waiting for other people to respond and maybe answer my question, but it seems like if we're going to be going down the route of deciding what curriculum, then is that the place of this commission to do that? We're here to, I would assume, look at what's out there and decide whether or not we're going to fund it. This looks like we might be actually deciding in this group of people what curriculum that there should be, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah, Commissioner Reese.
Specifically in the curriculum, I can see applications where, for example, university might develop some curriculum for a specific unit. And if you can say that that's excluded for funding, I think that would be inappropriate. I think, if you have subject matter experts that can develop a specific unit of curriculum, I think that would be good. But I agree that overall the curriculum criteria should be someplace else on the education side to make sure that the children are meeting all their requirements.
Absolutely.
I would also like to comment on the permitting, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
The permitting.
Yeah, permits. I think readiness, yes,
okay.
Readiness and permits. In that case, we have multiple applications and multiple projects from the same entity, and it's frustrating to me that we keep pushing the ball down the road. 2017, 2019, 2021. But at the same time, we have very small entities without that same capacity coming forward. And it is, if you're going to do a design, for example, it's 10% of the total project cost, and it's just prohibitive. So I would like to keep that open for the commission to determine, rather than put it to a point where it doesn't even make the commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Peikel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If possible, I'd like to move to a different concern.
Okay, well, thank you. Let me just, does anybody else want to talk about the curriculum? Yeah, Representative Acom.
I want to ask a question if I may. Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's of staff. So if this exclusion was put in place in response to a commission member's concerns regarding curriculum, does staff, is there staff here that was around prior to that point that would have felt that it put a burden on staff to evaluate whether it's a tested curriculum or not, or if it was, if that was a challenging place for staff to be in for applications?
Ms. Nash?
Members, I would say that when we're reviewing applications, we're really just looking at what the applicant has put in their proposal and whether they're saying this is establishing new curriculum or modifying existing or implementing existing. So we don't really go beyond that, and we're certainly not reviewing the curriculum.
That answer? Okay. Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Nash, when is the next meeting?
December 7th.
December 7th. So there is time if we did poll on this and get a draft out on all the things that are being raised up. So I think, you know, just it's an example. We've just spent a whole bunch of time on curriculum, and that's probably the rationale. But I do have a different question if we're ready to leave this particular topic, or
yeah, I'll comment on it later, but yes, please go ahead.
So I think Commissioner Reese referenced an issue that I think when we talked about this last summer a little bit, you know, how long do people keep coming back to the well? You know, we have the AIS, and I mean, these are projects that I support. We have the AIS Research Center, we have the CWD Research Center, we have the Terrestrial Research Center, which I think I voted for and I would vote for again. But the question is, how long do we do that? You know, those are very large appropriations. And I don't know if I have an answer to that, but I think we should ask that question.
Yep. Okay.
Chair, just to clarify, I wasn't referring to those large, long-term centers like that. I was referring to the land acquisition in this project, in capital project, in reference to the readiness for those type of projects. But
okay. All right.
I tend to agree.
Okay. Did Commissioner Peichel?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
My concern is on page 3. I know during our funding discussions, we had brought up a concern around ecosystem service markets. And under A3, we ask for individuals in their foundational natural resource data and information to conduct research assessing valuation of ecosystem services. And then when we had a project that sought to implement the identified values of those services through a mix of our requirements within the RFP and our strategic plan and some language that is not exactly clear in the mitigation components of the state statutes, we were unable to fund a project that sought to implement that through ecosystem service markets that would potentially bring in private dollars and even maybe international funders to support ecosystem restoration projects in the state of Minnesota. So I would like to see if we are able to make those changes within the context of the legislature. Obviously, their job is a different one to correct the faults in those other statutes. But if there's a way for us to structure a path to utilize ecosystem service markets to extend the value of the trust fund, I would like to see that, particularly as aligns with A3 and water resources B2. So in that case, it was a flood mitigation or flood prevention through non-structural means utilizing ecosystem service markets that was disallowed under the belief that it was a mitigation project that would be disqualified for trust fund dollars. I think that was a misunderstanding of the definition, and maybe there's a way we can nuance that within the statute to make it more clear.
just so I'm trying to keep up with you, Commissioner Pickel. You said A3 and then you said something about B2?
Correct. It is the practical application of
Okay, I
research
just
that
want
would
to
have
make
been
sure
developed under A3. Yeah.
we're
The
trying to,
correction would actually be under B2.
okay, we're just trying to take notes here. We want to make sure. So did you get all that?
And I could send notes on the statute too, if that's helpful, because I also have recommendations for the legislature if they'd be interested in my opinion. I'm good either.
Did you have a comment? Yeah, Representative Hanson.
Send them to us, but probably that's not the LCCMR making legislative recommendations right now.
Okay. All right, so it looks as though we still have some issues we want to work out with our RFP, and we're asking staff to take notes. I hope you have the notes needed, Ms. Nash, and then we'll bring it back to our December 7th meeting, which will likely be all remote. Yes, Ms. Nash.
And Madam Chair, if we can do this, we may try to assemble those into a poll, as Representative Hanson suggests, and send it out to you in advance. That might be a good idea.
Is that for everybody? Okay. All right. Well, that was a good conversation. And let's see here. So next, so that's the action we're going to take. I know we wanted to make this an action statement, but is everyone all right with just saying we're going to move it to December 7th instead of having the vote? So I shake hands or?
Right.
Okay, correct. All right. So no longer an action statement. Perfect. Okay, I appreciate your time. And now we're going to go to, let's see, we're going to go to 8. And with number 8, I am going to rely on our staff once again. Do you want to make do you want to make an introduction moment? Okay, then Mike Campana, you are on. You have been working very hard on this and we appreciate it. And I'm going to let you take charge here.
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. I think that discussion was actually probably a pretty good lead into what we're going to discuss now. So staff have prepared a memo regarding strategic planning, and we're asking the commission to discuss some specific issues at this meeting, including the timeline, structure, and decision-making threshold for the process, as well as decide on an option for completing strategic planning if it would like to proceed with strategic planning in 2024. So proceeding that discussion, I'm just going to provide a really brief overview of strategic planning. As I think all of you are aware, the LCCMR is required to adopt a strategic plan every 6 years and review that plan every 2 years. In the past, the development of that strategic plan involved extensive public input and review and evaluation of natural resource issues and management. The current strategic plan was adopted in 2020 and is essentially the same strategic plan the Commission has used since 2009. So it's essentially 15 years it's been in place. And is based on the findings from the 2008 statewide conservation and preservation plan. A copy of that strategic plan is available in the room here. There are a couple right up there. They're also available from the website. And I think we can provide a link to any members online if they would like that. As some of you may remember, the Commission did go through a robust strategic planning process in 2019, but was unable to complete that plan. However, the Commission did receive a final report describing the input gathered during that process and the draft goals and strategies developed during that process. Once again, we do have copies of that full plan. It's about 130 pages, but they're up there as well if anybody would like to see them. Once again, we can provide links to people online if they'd like to view those as well. And the meeting page does have those links at the bottom as handouts. Because members have expressed interest in conducting strategic planning in 2024, we did send to all of you a survey in September, and we greatly appreciate the time you took to complete it. While not all members responded to the survey or answered every question, staff used a threshold of a majority of members, i.e. 9 members, to determine support for any particular direction. With that, I'm going to quickly run through the results of that survey. It's also in your packet here. It's the colorful one if you want to follow along as well. I'm going to try and just run through it very, very quickly. So the first question that survey was related to whether the goal should be a revision of the current strategic plan and RFP or a completely new plan and RFP. Members were split on this question. The survey did not provide a conclusive direction. The second and third questions were related to revising the vision and mission statement in the strategic plan. In both cases, a majority of members supported a revision of the vision and mission statement. Question 4 related to any additional discussions that should occur during the strategic planning process. While there was interest in quite a few of the issues, only the proposal solicitation, review, and recommendation process and the LCCMR communications and outreach goals and strategies were supported by a majority of members. Question 5 related to the structure of the process, with options to have all work conducted by the full commission, as well as a couple of subcommittee options. Members were split among the options, but a majority of members supported creating a subcommittee. Question 6 related to how the full commission discussion should occur if the commission does not appoint a subcommittee. Since the prior question indicated a preference for a subcommittee, we have indicated the question isn't applicable. Question 7 related to interest in serving on a subcommittee, and seven members, primarily citizen members, expressed interest serving on that subcommittee. Question 8 related to how decisions will be made during the process, a simple majority, supermajority, consensus, or other. Members responding were split on this question, and the survey was inconclusive. Question 9 and 10 related to information gathering to support the strategic planning process. The majority of members supported using the information gathered in 2019 and supplementing with a more current survey of the public and subject matter experts and a limited number of small public listening sessions. Finally, question 11 related to whether the commission would like to have a formal public review and comment on the plan prior to final adoption, and a majority of members did support that. Based on these survey results, staff recommend the commission discuss when it would like to complete strategic planning, the composition and role of a subcommittee, and the desired decision-making threshold during the process. We are assuming there is consensus where the survey indicated support, unless your discussion that follows indicates otherwise. We have also provided 3 options for proceeding. And this is in that memo that should be in your packet. So if you want to look at that memo, you can see those specific options. Option 1 would basically start 2024 strategic planning close to the point where the 2019 process left off, with some additional input and discussion of the additional issues identified in the survey. The final product would be a new plan and RFP. Option 2 would use the current strategic plan. That's the 2020 plan, which is the one that's been in place for about 15 years now, basically, as the starting point. And the final product would be a revised plan and RFP based on that. Option 3 would begin with a blank slate in terms of goals and strategies, with discussions to identify priority issues and develop goals and strategies, relying on information collected in 2019 and limited additional information collected. Option 3 would be the most time-intensive option and require more and longer meetings and commission commitment. Staff projected option 1 and 2 would require less time and commitment to complete and would be similar in the amount of time that required to complete either of those. Just before you begin your discussion, to give you all a sense of what a strategic planning calendar might look like, if the commission wanted to have a newer revised plan and RFP in place by December 2024, staff project discussions would need to begin this December and January. Surveys would be conducted during the legislative session and small public listening sessions in late spring, early summer. Additional discussions and initial decisions would occur during the summer. For example, we could piggyback, if you want to have a subcommittee, piggyback those meetings along with the presentation meetings, potentially adding additional meetings depending on the option chosen. Plan and RFP drafting would occur in the late summer, early fall, with public review and comment and final adoption in November, December 2024. So that's just a rough idea. If you said we wanted to plan by December 2024, that's what a rough plan would look like. If the commission would like to complete strategic plan RFP earlier than December 2024, it would likely require more intense discussions this December and January and immediately following the legislative session. And it may even require some meetings and other commission subcommittee work during the session. In addition, staff do not believe option 3 would be feasible if the commission would like to complete strategic planning earlier than December 2024. With that, I'll stop talking and let you discuss the timing, structure, decision-making threshold, and options, and certainly happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you very much, Mike. I know you spent a lot of time on it. I had a quick question. Did all 17 members, submit their opinions?
We had survey responses from 14 members, although not every member answered every question.
Okay, so 14 out of 17.
14 out of 70.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, we have a lot to discuss. I know Mike Reese has his hand up just a minute, and we have a lot of, I'm trying to look at all my notes here. I just want to add that this is, the strategic plan is how we spend our money for the next 6 years. So it's important that some of the things we talked about when we were talking about the RFP, if you want to see some changes, sometimes it's much easier to put it in the RFP. I mean, the strategic plan. So then that guides the RFP. So it's good we're having both of those discussions today. So with that, I want to talk about options first, Mike. If so, you're telling me timeline?
I think we want to say what time I could that move to.
All right, well. All right, let's talk about timeline first then. If that helps staff. Yeah, that's fine. So let's talk about timeline because that is going to tell us a lot about what project we probably take on. I mean, which option. So where are you on? Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts on the timeline portion of it? Do you want to see it in place right away? He talked about having it ready for September 2024. What is most essential for us? Mike, do you have a point on timeline?
Yeah, I have a couple comments and questions. First of all, thank you, Madam Chair. The timeline is also includes an election cycle.
Yep.
It's in 2024. I know that can be problematic for some of the members. And then also, how does this, maybe this question for Director Nash or one of the chairs, how does this strategic planning, using 2024 for strategic planning, coordinate or work with, isn't there a constitutional renewal that's required? And when is that occurring? And should the strategic plan wait until after that is completed?
Madam Chair and members,
Yes.
I believe that the constitutional amendment to continue the lottery dedication to the trust fund is scheduled to be on the ballot in November of 2024. So that is, again, to continue the lottery dedication, but that does not, the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund is a permanent fund, and that does not necessarily affect the LCCMR and the trust fund. It would just be future continued revenues.
Okay. On timeline, Representative Heinzman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I echo Commissioner Reese's concern as it might relate to the renewal or possibly not the renewal of the trust and the LCCMR. I'd also point out to commissioners and to those at home that there are some significant changes being made in the language potentially for renewal. It isn't a renewal that's as straightforward as you might think, and I might disagree with Director Nash in that it could have an impact on our strategic plan, as it certainly takes a different look or approach on some topics. So I do continue to agree that with Commissioner Reese that it seems premature to be pushing for this to be done through the election cycle and prior to the renewal, as it is going to be on the ballot. So it seems like a bit of a rush, and I'm not entirely sure why that would be the case.
Okay, thank you, Representative Heinzman. So what your point is, you would like to delay it? And if you do think that, when should we take up the strategic plan?
Well, if I heard correctly, we're operating essentially on a strategic plan we've had for quite some time.
Correct.
And so if that is the case, then it does appear that moving forward would be, as I said a moment ago, somewhat premature, considering that the constitutional question is different and it's language and approach than it has in years past. So, yeah, I think a delay certainly would be something that we should consider if the process is something that could be taken up, which of course it can after the renewal. I think that would make a lot more sense. And I think it would be also something that new commissioners would want to be a part of, as opposed to a previous commission making that decision for them. You could make an argument that a different makeup of this commission could have different feelings, and then we're trying to put our expectations on a new constitutional amendment. That seems a little concerning to me, but maybe not to others.
Okay, thank you. I did not see that expressed in the survey we did. Was it? Did I? When we asked the questions, I did not see that concern come up when we did the survey questions. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Isn't that the purpose of this conversation, to discuss maybe something that isn't covered in the survey questions, or to maybe share our thoughts as it might relate to whether we continue forward with this process or not? Just because a survey was distributed doesn't mean that we have to continue a process if the majority of commissioners doesn't see that it's necessary.
Commissioner or Representative Heinzman, the survey was the beginning point. And to your point about commission members changing, they're always going to change. Every 2 years, there's a change. And I think we have to trust the current commission members to make some statements about the future. Otherwise, we would never get one done. And I think that as far as the timeline goes, I understand that the election is extremely important, and I understand that constitutional amendment is very important, but the Environmental Trust Fund is still going to be there. So I don't want us to keep pushing things off, that as we have been doing, still using a 15-year-old strategic plan. So let's get
Madam
some
Chair,
other...
to that point, Madam Chair, just to that point.
Yes, Commissioner Reese.
I actually support the development of a strategic plan. That's not the issue. I think the issue in my mind is there going to be the key people that would participate in the strategic development of the strategic plan? Will they be pulled in different directions because of election cycle? And then also, if we put this much time in, want to ensure, that was the purpose of the question for the Constitution Amendment renewal, is it going to change? So if we're looking at, all of our time is valuable. So if we're looking at putting this much time and effort into it, is it going to be a plan that will withstand these changes and we don't have to restart the effort? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please proceed.
Turn my video on as well, but Madam Chair, I guess I just wanted to add this some similar concern or perspective on the strategic plan. For anybody that hasn't been on more than a couple of years, the rest of us, it feels like we just finished it not that long ago, which 2019 wasn't far back. Whatever was modified then. And so I think we probably should push this off till at least 2025. Personally, as I've went through the strategic planning in 2019 and then realize how fast it comes, I for one would be supportive of changing the timeline to longer periods of strategic plan. Or I think we sometimes get wrapped around the axle, and when you've got something good that's worked for a while, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And I just think we've got so many other things to consider. We just had a discussion last meeting and appropriated more allocation for staff because we're so short. And I just think this would not be a good time to even mire ourselves down with the strategic plan. I don't think there's a real strong, urgent reason to do it. And, you know, the 2024 ballot question could change some things. It could not pass. It could pass. And so why go through a lot of work with strategic plan that's really a pretty solid in place already, with the idea that there's a lot in the next 13 months that could change the direction or the thoughts or the funding for the trust fund. And so for those reasons, I think we should maybe consider really not getting too involved with the strategic plan right now. And I don't think there's really anything broken to spend that much staff time and commission time with the likelihood of quite a bit of changes potentially by 2025. And so if the ballot question doesn't pass, might be a shock to all of us, but that is a possibility or a reality, or if it does pass. And so I guess that's what I would say. Let's caution ourselves, put the clutch in. And I just think our strategic planning takes up probably way too much time of this commission as a big picture. Even since its inception, once it's in place, I think tweaks make sense, but we seem to take a lot of time in the last one. We spent a lot of hours on it, and I just think it's kind of wasted when we've got a pretty good framework in place already.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this discussion. I have to apologize maybe because I'm remote. I was trying to take notes when Mr. Campana was giving us advice on what a timeline might look like, but could you run through that again, please, for me, so that I do support trying to get this done, because I know that things are often put off that don't ever get completed. And so I'm more in the camp of let's just dig in and get this done, and we'll have it done for the timeline. That is one of our requirements. So if Mr. Campana could once again give us a rundown of what the timeline might be for the rest of this year and next year, if we were to embark on option 2 is the one that I would support. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Mike, when you want to take charge here again?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner
She
Albrecht.
mentioned option 2.
Option 2, yes. So if you wanted to have a complete plan by December 2024, we would expect discussions would need to begin this December and January. We expect there would be a break during the legislative session in terms of meetings, and that's the time where we would gather the additional input that was indicated the survey people wanted. So public survey, subject matter expert survey. We would try to fit in some small public listening sessions, probably right at the end of session, or right after session ends. And then we would expect there would be meetings during the summer, a number of meetings during the summer to have discussions on the plan. And those would likely, could envision those being piggybacked on like the presentation meeting days. So potentially it could follow a model similar, if there was a subcommittee, similar to what would happen with the capital projects, where there would be presentations and then the subcommittee could meet for a couple hours at the end of the day as well. So, and potentially a couple extra meetings after that, but and under option 2, it's quite likely if it was just piggybacked on the presentations, we could handle it that way. Based on that, then we would staff would take that back and draft a strategic plan. That will come before the commission. Then there'll be a chance for public comment in November, December, looking at that plan. So that was sort of the basic outline. If it was earlier than December 2024, we would probably have to do a more intense process into going right ahead in December, January, and also potentially have additional meetings potentially during session time.
Does that help, Commissioner Albrecht?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that does help. is there a concern that the, maybe just throw the question out there that people standing for election may not have time or inclination to be part of the strategic planning process? I see there were 2 elected officials. I don't know who indicated they would be interested, one from the House, one from the Senate, would be interested in sitting on this planning committee. And I'm just curious, is the sense that, people wouldn't want to participate because it's an election, or that there's going to be such a dramatic change, conversely with the question on the ballot of how the LCCMR would be funded, that would really indicate that we couldn't do a strategic plan? Because it seems to me that whether or not the ballot question is supported and the lottery continues to be dedicated to the trust fund, we continue to have the trust fund, and we would continue to need a strategic plan. We would continue to follow the guidelines that we've been working on as far as like our RFP and what we support to use the trust fund for. So I just failed to see how either elected officials being standing for election or the ballot question, how that would really indicate we don't need to do a strategic plan. I think a plan put off is a plan not done, and I think we should do it. So that's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Albrecht. In relation to it's the House of Representatives that are up for the election, so I'm going to ask Representative Hansen to speak on that.
Yeah, just to that point, I mean, the Senate's not up.
Right.
And it's the House. And whether we're standing for election or not, we have the job to do. And so we applied to be on this, we were appointed, and we have that responsibility whether there's an election or not.
Thank you. All right, Representative Hollins.
Thank you so much. I apologize for being remote. I actually have COVID-19, so I am trying to keep you all safe and staying home. But I am firmly in support of continuing with the strategic planning process. I'm a little dismayed to hear folks pushing back on the concept of doing this, especially with all the work that staff has gone into to come up with these different options. To just say that we should stop and no longer do this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And as the person who has carried the constitutional amendment bill for the past 2 years, I can say with a lot of certainty that what I hear from community members is that they want us to keep doing this work. They want us to make sure that we are moving forward. And I think that there is absolutely nothing about this question being on the ballot that should impact whether or not we are doing this strategic planning. In fact, it makes it all the more necessary for us to continue doing that strategic planning and showing the community and the people of Minnesota that this is something that we're deeply committed to. And it's something that we are wanting to keep updated, that we want to continue working towards to be the best process possible. So I really see this truly from my heart, that this is something that we need to do. And it's my understanding this has been put off being completed for quite a long time. And for that reason alone, I think it's very important that we continue this process and we see it through to the end. And I actually think the timing of this would be fantastic, with the ballot question being on the ballot in 2024 and having a strategic planning process that is completed at the end of 2024. It all fits together really seamlessly. And I think that that is what the people of Minnesota are looking for from us. Furthermore, to Representative Hansen's point, I agree. I believe that these are things that we are committed to. And it's, being on this committee on this commission is a privilege. And it means that we are going to be working on this, whether or not we are up for re-election or not. So I think there are plenty of options available. I would personally, I don't know if I should do this right now, but I would move adoption of option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hollins, I appreciate your comments. On the timeline, did you have any thoughts? Because if you just said option 1, you mean it'll be and then it'll be done by 2024. Is that correct? complete?
Yes, ma'am.
Huh? Yes, Mike, is it correct? If we do option one, that would be input gathered in 2019 and new input collected in 24, but the timeline is hopeful to be done by the end of 2024. Am I reading that? I read that in option two. Is that same in option one?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think option one and option two could be completed by the end of 2024 without a problem, and probably could be done with just piggybacking on the existing meeting schedule for the most part, except with maybe some additional meetings in January.
Okay, thank you. Does that help, Representative Holland? You have the date in your head? Because I needed it.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
And get well, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hansen?
I see there's quite a few hands and here too, so I'll defer for right now.
Okay, then we have Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if Representative Hollins's motion needed a second, but I'll offer that if it was necessary. I'm not really sure if we're to the motion or if we're discussing still generally, but if it's okay, I'd like to just make a couple of general comments.
Please make those. And if we could hold off on a motion until we get we have a lot of people listed here, if you don't mind. We'll give you that opportunity again.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I don't think we can hold off on a motion.
There is a motion.
Oh, yeah, she did. All right. So I apologize. I'm not listening to all the words. Hollins did make that motion for option one. Would you please go ahead with your comments then, though, Commissioner Peichel?
Yes, thank you. And I agree with what Representative Hollins was saying on all the strategic planning stuff. I'm a little rusty on strategic planning, but I think I recall that there's an assessment of future threats and opportunities when considering a new strategic plan. And it seems to me that the passage or non-passage by the citizenry of a renewal of the constitutional amendment with its associated changes would be an element of consideration in a proper strategic planning process. So it would seem appropriate at this time to develop that with an eye toward the future and recognizing that perhaps things change, perhaps they stay the same. Either way, we'll have some considerations to make. And I would take issue with the consideration that the 2020 strategic plan is truly a strategic plan rather than a readoption of a stale plan from 2009. No offense to prior commissioners, but I think that if you haven't been able to do a new strategic plan in over a decade, you've been a little bit delinquent. And so I'd like to be a part of the commission that makes that right and does this revised strategic plan truly assessing the future opportunities of the commission and reflecting the changing values and needs of the state of Minnesota resources generally as we look at it from our perspective in the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Heinzman. Representative Heinzman?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It's the clunkiness of Zoom. I've had my hand up for quite a while, so I'll be speaking to the motion. But I am going to be asking a question. Director Nash, there's been a number of comments made about the trust existing without a constitutional amendment should it fail. Could you speak to that and what would happen to the funds in the trust should the constitutional amendment fail? Because I think there's some confusion.
Ms. Nash?
Madam Chair and members, sure. The question that is before the ballot in November is whether or not to extend the lottery, the dedication of lottery proceeds to the trust fund. So the question is not changing the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund. The trust fund is already in our Constitution as a permanent fund, and the LCCMR is in existence based on statute. And all of that will continue regardless of the outcome of the amendment. The amendment is just whether to extend the lottery dedication. If the amendment does not pass, we will continue to have funding in the trust fund because there's the corpus there and we are still receiving interest and investment proceeds. It just won't be as much as it would be if the lottery dedication continued.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to continue that line of questioning. Director Nash, could the legislature appropriate those funds to something else or dissolve the LCCMR? Just for a clarification for the public and for the commissioners present here today.
Madam Chair and Representative Heinzman, unless the legislature acts to change the LCCMR statutes, everything will continue as is. One thing I might just note is that the constitutional amendment also, there's statute that would create another sort of process for granting that right now is envisioned to go to the DNR with sort of a slightly different set of priorities. And again, that is separate from the LCCMR, and that would not, whatever they do is not covered in our strategic planning or our granting process as it is currently written in statute.
Correct. I'm going to ask Representative Hansen to speak to that as well.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just maybe to further clarify with Ms. Nash, Representative Heinzman. So if the dedication stopped today, the trust still exists and still generates interest that still would come in front of the commission as long as the commission exists, which it does in statute. So even if tomorrow it stopped, the constitutional dedication, there still is the trust, which generates the interest, which comes before us under the existing statute. In addition to that, there is a belts and suspenders process where the dedication as it exists now is in statute. So let's say the Constitution stopped, the constitutional dedication stopped. The statutory dedication of the status quo would continue to put money in it. So the trust would grow beyond the interest. If the Constitution died, the constitutional dedication died, the statutory would be there. Obviously, the legislature could change the statutory dedication, or it could change the direction of the LCCMR. If the Constitution Amendment passes, it changes both the amount of money that would go towards the dedication from the status quo, but also it would provide money to a separate grant program administered through the DNR, as it was mentioned. So those are kind of the 3 points of where things are. If Ms. Nash would correct me if I'm wrong.
Ms. Nash?
That is my understanding as well.
Okay. Okay, Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom?
Madam Chair, I had forgot to put my hand down.
Oh, okay. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, and one of the reasons I didn't do the survey the way that I should have, is because I hadn't looked at the strategic plan close enough, because it takes a while to get through it and understand it. You got to, well, for me anyway, to read it a few times to make sure it's right. And rather than fill out a survey in ignorance, I would rather just wait. But the question that I have as far as the motion goes is what stops us from working on a strategic plan without having a set deadline as to when it has to be done? And there's nothing saying that we couldn't come here and work on that plan and suppose it's not ready by the end of 2024. Then with that certain date in there, it kind of limits us. So that's my question. What is we could pick the plan that we want to work off of without having that set deadline. Is there a reason for that?
Okay, so just to be clear, is there a reason for the deadline? And my response is, and maybe the motion, Representative Hollins wants to mention it, but I think it's time. It's been a long time. I think we need to have better guidelines for spending the money. And for example, things have come up today that we can't fund because they're not in the strategic plan. So I think what's important is for us to get it done. And if you're not comfortable with the 12/24 deadline, is there another deadline you would prefer? And obviously, if we can't get things done, things get delayed. But what's your reasoning for not having a deadline? Most things have deadlines.
Well, Madam Chair, when we look at I'm listening to the conversation here
Mhm.
and the amount of time it's going to take. And the only way to get it done is to go off the existing plans. And I'm not saying I'm right here,
Right.
but we have a plan that was put in place in 2019, which is a 6-year plan, which takes us through 2025, does it not?
No, no,
It doesn't.
the plan that we did in 2019 was not completed. We are using it, part of it, but it is not completed.
Okay, so what you're saying is we don't have an updated plan already.
Correct.
So we're still in the same position then. What if it's not done by then?
Yeah,
And so if you put it to say, look, let's get through, we could work on it. But sometime within the 2025 legislative session when we're all down here, which for me, which would be easier,
Mhm.
then we could approve it sometime during that time. And I'm not against having it done by 2024. Don't get me wrong. I'm just wondering why the urgency for the set deadline, because it seems to be a matter of consternation here.
Okay. Did you want to mention Representative Hansen?
Just checking if there were any other hands up, but to that point, at least for me, it seems that we have the existing commission. And if we get it done at the end of the year, next year, it would have the reflection of this body who's appointed. It may not have the chair because her term is done on December 31st. But you have people who've gone through the process, have the experience with this, know the challenges and the flaws. And if we roll into 2025, you have the reappointment process that occurs, and that may take some time. We have the budget process, whoever's in charge in the House, you dive into the legislative process of developing the budget. So I think the time is actually better now during the election year because we're starting late. We can begin this effort in January, and we have the election. And I stated my concerns there before, but we have people who are experienced and can do the strategic plan and I think we've had testimony in front of the commission from newer citizen members that it does take some time to get into this, and they wanted more time on this. We have new members that come in, you've got to restart the clock and begin this discussion all over again versus getting it done now. So that would be why I would support the Hollins motion.
Mhm. All right, any more comments? Do I see more hands up? Okay. So I'm trying to think how we proceed here. We also need to talk about a subcommittee. But I think at this point, I think we need to discuss the option and vote on Representative Hollins' motion. And then maybe we can move into how we're going to get there, if that's all right with everybody. Okay, do you want to restate your motion, Representative Hollins?
Thank you. I would move adoption of option 1. Let me see, I got to get in front of me. Move to proceed with option 1 for strategic planning and appoint the following subcommittee members. Well, I can't do that.
No. No. Okay.
Just adoption of option 1.
Thank you, Representative Hollins. Okay, we'll get to the other issues in a bit. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Yes, okay, so we have a motion on the floor to adopt option 1 of those 3 options. Is there a comment on those? Any more comments? Oh, Shona, sorry. Representative Langseth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I appreciate the timeline on option 1, but I am in favor of option 2, just given that there's more public input, and it sounds like we do need a little bit more spark in this process just to really give some oomph to this next strategic planning process. So as much as I agree with it, and it does look like there was 10 members who also were in favor of option 2. So that would be my choice going forward. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Commissioner Peichel, I just gave you An advancement, a raise.
I think citizen is the highest office, Madam Chair. I would say it would be helpful if Mr. Campana or someone else could read out option 1 for the benefit of the body.
Okay. Mr. Campana, would you read option 1? And why don't you read both? Option 1 and 2.
Yes, I'll read both of them, Madam Chair. Thank you. So option 1 would basically start the process with the draft goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes that were developed in 2019. So it's essentially, for those of you who are part of that process, it was basically get you started at the point where you were entering the workshop stage with the full commission. There would still be additional public input gathered under that option. So there would still be an additional public survey, subject matter expert survey, and the potential for limited small public listening sessions. Well, those are not precluded under option number 1. So really what would happen in that process, you'd start with those draft goals and strategies. You'd work through them, refine them, decide if you like them, see if you wanted to add more, but that would be your starting point to draft a new strategic plan. Option 2, instead of the starting point being those draft goals and strategies developed in 2019, the starting point would be the 2020 current plan. Once again, there would still be, we still imagine there would be the public survey, subject matter expert survey, potential for small public listening sessions. But the discussion would really start with the 2020 plan. Once again, deciding what you want to keep, what you want to add, what you want to revise based on that. And then there would be a revised plan. It would be a revision of that would be the new plan going forward. I hope that is clear to everyone.
Does that help, Commissioner Peichel? You there?
Sorry.
Okay.
Poor internet. I'm in Wisconsin right now. It's all good. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, my question was to review option 1 and option 2. So I was glad staff reviewed that for all of us. I guess my earlier comments still stand. I think we don't. I think if we proceed, we should try to proceed with tweaking, not getting too involved, because I think there's a lot of work that'll just be, we don't have maybe the capacity to do, nor is it necessary. But and I think we should tweak anything we do. We should tweak as opposed to go through a full process. And 2025, I think, is going to be indicative on where we should go from there. And big picture, I think 6 years is too often for a strategic plan, and we're not even, we did most of the process in 2019. For those that weren't there, I mean, we basically had a lot of consensus. There was a few items that we were divided on, and it ended up not getting a final adoption, but as I recall it. But we're only 4 years past 2019. COVID came along and complicated things a little bit, and so I think we should do a minimal process at this point, tweak where we think we need to tweak, but not burden staff or get too involved to take up a lot of time. And last comment, Madam Chair, I'm in the Senate. I've been in the House, and I remember when I started on LCCMR, it seems like we've kind of drifted away from this idea or reality that House elections do consume House members, as does Senate elections on Senate election years. And we used to do much more of a minimal process on election years for that specific reason, recognizing there's a lot of undivided attention that gets taken up, right or wrong. It's just the reality of an election year. And so I can't underscore how that is probably going to hamstring us with any House members that are up for re-election. I see our calendar is kind of aggressive before even the primaries are done. meeting on strategic planning right after the primaries and in the throes of the election. I think that becomes quite unfair to those members, and especially when we're talking about stuff, a strategic plan that isn't part of the immediate need of recommending projects to the legislature. So I'm just trying to raise the awareness of this, and I don't think we should be so disregarding of what the LCCMR for years, and Madam Chair, you know as well, you've been on a lot longer than anyone, the rest of us, but there was always a much greater appreciation for election years and doing less than more on those election years just because of the nature of the competing interests. And so I think we'd be wise to do that, but be that as it may, that's my comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak in favor of Representative Holland's motion to adopt option 1. As I listened to the review and I, to Senator Westrum's point, a lot of work was done in 2019, and it looks as though that work that was done in 2020 was just basically a renewal of the 2009 work. So not to have lost that process and the work that was put into it by current members, and it seems appropriate that we adopt option 1 and starting point of the 2019 process. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner Albrecht's assessment. I support option 1. I think the questions regarding availability of House members was answered, and glad to hear that they're willing to work on this moving forward. So I think especially the point about the work that was done in 2019 and incorporating it, I think that was extremely important. Thank you.
Okay, just to be clear, we're going to vote on option 1. That's where the motion is. And then I would like us to do a separate motion for if we do a subcommittee or not. That's not really covered in option 1. So is everybody clear on that? Okay, can we do, I think we better do a roll call on this one.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her.
Yes. Yes.
Her, yes. Acom.
Yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Becker. Becker.
No.
Becker, no. D-Stick.
D-Stick, yes.
D-Stick, yes. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green. Green, no. Heinzman.
No.
Heinzman, no. Hollins.
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Peichel.
Peichel, yes.
Peichel, yes. Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom. Westrom.
Westrom, no.
Westrom, no. Currently, there are 12 yes, 4 no.
Thank you. The motion prevails. Okay, now we wanted to figure out how we're going to do this. There has been discussion about forming a subcommittee. And I don't know if we want to, I think we should address that. Who's going to help do the work? We had 7 people sign up, 5 citizen members and 2 legislators. So any thoughts on forming a subcommittee? Yes, Commissioner Reese.
Madam Chair, I had a question regarding that question in the poll
Okay.
survey.
Which
we had in question number 5, I believe. Yep. And there was 3 options.
Mm-hmm.
One was to have a subcommittee. And then the other two were either no subcommittee or a subcommittee for each subject matter. So I guess it looks to me like there's a possibility that the vote was split 50-50 on whether to have a subcommittee or not to subcommittee. So I think if we're relying on that survey, we should take a step back and look at those results and see if that's what was really intended outcome based on the way the questions were set up.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, Mr. Campana does that be all right? Or Commissioner Reese, just have him go through those again? Okay. Thank you, Mike. Would you, one more time?
Thank you, Chair Gibson, Commissioner Reese. So I'll go through the specifics of that question, the responses. So the question was, how do you think the LCCMR should develop a newer revised strategic plan? And there were 4 options provided. One was subject area subcommittees are formed to report back to the full commission. The second one was a strategic planning subcommittee is formed to develop a strategic plan for consideration. Third option was all discussions are working conducted by the full commission. And then there was another option. 3 members selected the first option, which was to create potentially multiple subcommittees, each dealing with a different subject area and then reporting back to the full commission for goals and strategies. 7 members selected the second option, which was just to have one strategic planning subcommittee to deal with the entire thing. And 4 members selected having all discussions with the full commission. When we were summarizing those results to staff, we sort of put 1 and 2 together as there seemed to be members preferred a subcommittee option. They were just split on what that subcommittees should look like. So that is how we looked at those, Commissioner Reese. But you're correct. There was definitely split between those 3 options and not a conclusive result.
Okay. That help? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, thank you, Madam Chair. It sounded like though when we were going through it originally that there was a conclusive result that we should have a subcommittee. So I just wanted to point that out that
okay.
I don't think that there was a conclusion or we could base that conclusion on it.
Okay.
So I think it's open for discussion at this point.
Okay. Representative Hanson.
I move based on having 7 out of the 14 responses say a subcommittee that we have one subcommittee.
Okay. A motion has been made. Is there a comment on it? Oh, Senator Westrom? Senator Westrom, would you like to comment on the motion for a subcommittee?
Madam Chair, I forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Any other comments about the formation of a subcommittee?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reese.
Just, in the commission, it's in statute, there's equal representation from citizens, from the Senate, from the House. So is that the intent of the subcommittee that it would also have a similar makeup so we can make certain that the nuts and bolts work to develop the plan as representative of the commission?
Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Reese, as the maker of the motion, that would be my intent, that it has the same proportionality and balance that we've come to expect. I think that we used on the capital project too, to make sure that we have equal numbers and that we have bipartisan on the legislative side.
Okay, any more comments? Okay, let's vote on the subcommittee and then we're gonna finalize it with the decision-making structure. So do you want to repeat your motion, Representative Hanson?
I move that we have a subcommittee to begin that process as described in the for strategic planning and that it be balanced appropriately with bipartisan and among the citizens.
Okay. All right, take a roll call, please.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her,
Yes.
yes. Acom. Acom, yes. Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer,
Yes.
Backer, yes. Deestick,
Deestick, yes.
Deestick, yes. Faber,
Faber, I.
Faber, yes. Green, Green, yes. Heinzman,
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins,
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth,
Yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison,
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Pikel,
Pikel, no.
Pikel, no. Reese,
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom,
Westrom, no.
Westrom, no. Currently, there are 14 yes, 2 no.
Okay, that motion passes and I know we need to ask for, I know there's 7 people signed up but I think we need to have a different makeup of that. So I'm wondering, do we want to appoint people want to sign up now? We want to send out another survey? What would be people's pleasure on this one? Because right now we have 5 citizens and 2 legislators. Yes.
As the maker of the motion, I think we should resurvey the members or
Okay.
re-request and then make that at the December meeting so that because I think it's important to have the balance or. Yeah.
Yep. True. Is that right, staff, to do send out another survey? Yes, Mike, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, Chair Gibson, that's definitely an option. We would expect then that the subcommittee would probably need to meet December 14th for its first meeting. So it would be important to get that process started immediately after that.
Okay. So we could, yes.
I'm Chair, the other option would be for the legislative members that we find the volunteers during the lunch break and that the citizen members make sure that we have balance there.
Yeah.
So maybe we can work this out and come back in the afternoon.
All right. That sounds like a good plan over pizza. So.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, just a
Yes.
question to that. Did we decide how many we're talking on the subcommittee? And are we talking two from each group? Or what are we, what was the conclusion? I wasn't clear on that if that was decided.
Representative Hanson?
Madam Chair, that was my intent when I discussed proportionality.
Senator Westrom, is that all right?
Madam Chair and Senator Hanson, are you thinking 2 of each? Is that kind of the number, or 3 of each? And then of the 2, 1 minority, 1 majority members, or each group can decide? What are your thoughts? Numbers and division.
Representative Hanson?
Madam Chair, on the legislative members, it'd be 1 R and 1 D from the Senate, 1 R and 1 D from the House. I am open if you want, because there's 5 citizen members, if you want to have 3, but I don't know how many people there are. So that way you'd have 4 and 3, 7 is the top. That way we're not breaking a quorum of the full commission, but that would be my suggestion.
Well, I think that since 5 citizens opted for the subcommittee, that maybe if you're open to it, have 3 citizens on board.
To that point, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So in that case, it would be the 1 governor, 1 governor appoint, 1 House, 1 Senate appoint, if they agree.
That's the problem with that is that the governor has 5, the House and the Senate each only have 1. And what if those 1 people don't want to do it? So then that's a issue. I think maybe let's let the citizens decide that. We'll do a new poll. I think that would be.
Madam Chair, I think it would be more to the intent of the motion, though, that it'd be 1, 1, and 1. And if there's one that does not want to do it, then we'd fill in with another.
Well, again, I think we should do the poll and see. You can work, you can talk to them over lunch. I think that's easier. Go ahead.
You know, I don't know if Senator Westrom was volunteering during when his hand there, so.
Okay.
But you know, on the legislative one, I think if people ponder that and let's keep moving and then come back to this issue after lunch.
Okay, the last issue with the strategic plan is our decision-making threshold. How do we want to accept this plan? Do we want a majority, supermajority, consensus? I think that is something, it's always good to do these things in advance, how we want to decide on them. So are there thoughts or motions about whether it takes a supermajority to approve this plan, a majority, a consensus, or other issues?
Madam
Anybody have any
Chair.
thoughts on that? Senator Westrom? Are you volunteering or are you offering an opinion?
No, Madam Chair, I got a question.
Yes, please.
Remind me what the supermajority number threshold would be and consensus. When we're talking consensus, what are we saying? Basically, no objections? Or what are the standards or thresholds for those two? Majority, I'm assuming, is minimal 9.
Yes, you are correct. 11 is supermajority. And 9 is the majority, simple majority.
And when we say consensus, Madam Chair, what are you
Or
talking
consensus,
there?
yeah.
Everybody, no objections?
Okay. Thoughts, Mike? Did you have any?
Yeah, well, Madam Chair, I would speak against consensus because I think that's where a lot of the issues came in 2019 is that there was a feeling, there was a feeling of consensus. So I think we at least need to do the majority.
Okay, is that a motion?
Sure, I will move that we do a majority.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we'll take it. All right, Commissioner
Madam
Reese
Chair.
says. Pardon?
Madam
Oh,
Chair.
what, Senator Westrom?
Senator Westrom. Wondering if Commissioner Reese would be open to supermajority at least. I think it's more important than to just have minimal buy-in when doing this.
I'll accept that as a
Because
friendly
otherwise,
amendment.
if it's that controversial, we probably shouldn't be putting it in the plan.
Accept it as a friendly amendment.
Okay, Representative Hanson?
I'm okay with the 11. Let's just go.
Okay. The motion is in front of us, the 11 to, on the decision process of the strategic plan. Everybody understand? Oh, Diana's not here. We're going to have to do, Becca will do.
Sure, I have one more question.
Yes, Senator.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I thought the threshold for passing out our proposal used to be 12. That is a supermajority. And why is it now 11, or am I remembering wrong? And I guess that might be a question for Becca. Is supermajority different than the?
Madam Chair and members, the statute was changed last year to require a vote of 11 rather than 12 for recommending the bill and for the other provision in statute that requires a supermajority. So we were just assuming that the supermajority for this would likewise be 11.
Oh, okay. So it was changed just recently.
Yeah, correct. Okay.
Not a big fan of that, but anyways, that helps for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your comment. We are ready to vote. All right.
Commission Member Gibson.
Yes.
Representative Hanson.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Herr.
Yes.
Senator Herr, yes. Representative Acomb.
Yes.
Representative Acomb, yes. Commission Member Albrecht.
Albrecht, yes.
Albrecht, yes. Representative Backer.
Just real quick, point of information, this is for the supermajority, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Of 11.
I vote yes.
Backer, aye.
Aye.
Senator Dietzig.
Yeah.
Senator Dietzig, aye. Commission Member Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, aye. Senator Green.
Yes.
Senator Green, aye. Representative Heinzman.
Aye.
Heinzman, aye. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Hollins, aye. Commission Member Langseth.
Langseth, aye.
Langseth, aye. Commission Member Moore is excused. Senator Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Commission Member Peichel.
Michael, yes.
Peichel, aye. Commission Member Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, aye. Senator Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. We have 16 yes, 1 excused.
All right, motion prevails. Thank you. I think the pizza is here, so, but we have one more item that we'd like to get through. You may recall when we were doing our project proposals that we recommended staff, or staff asked us to leave a $250,000 buffer in case any of the projects were needed more money, needed less money, any discrepancies. So staff said, we're okay. 250,000 was appropriate, was good. And now we need to know what to do with that money. 250,000. We're now calling a buffer.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move that we add that to emerging issues.
Okay. Other thoughts on the 250,000? Okay.
I'll second that if that needs a second, Mrs. Peichel.
No, thank you. We appreciate the effort. Okay, then let's have a vote on that. You ready to go again, Ms. Nash?
Commission Member Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, aye. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Acom.
Aye.
Acom, aye. Albright.
Albright, yes.
Albright, yes. Backer.
Thacker, yes.
Backer, aye. Dietzig.
Dietzig, yes.
Dietzig, aye. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, aye. Green. Green, aye. Heinzman.
Aye.
Heinzman, aye. Hollins.
Aye.
Hollins, aye. Langseth.
Langseth, aye.
Langseth, aye. Moore excused. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Peichel.
Michael, yes.
Peichel, aye. Reese.
Reese, aye.
Reese, aye. Westrom. Senator Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. That is 16 ayes, 1 excused.
Motion prevails. Thank you. And thank you. Good discussion this morning. We got some good things done. We could either do, we could do the calendar. I'm sorry, I skipped one, didn't I? Number 9, I apologize, the draft calendar, and then we'll break for lunch. So I'm gonna let staff lead that discussion. And it is in your packet. You will see a list of dates. And let's see. Michael, do you want to discuss the calendar?
Sure, Madam Chair, I can certainly get us started. So members, you have the draft 2024 LCCMR calendar in your packet, and hopefully you've had a chance to review the calendar and look ahead to your next year. I will just point out a few of the dates here. At the moment, we have the 2025 request for proposals, hopefully getting issued around January 3rd of 2024. And then those proposals, the due date being March 27th of 2024. Commission members would likely receive the proposal evaluation materials in May. And then in June would be the large part of next year's work. June 5th being the day that you would discuss selecting proposals for presentations, and then those presentations would largely occur at the end of June. And then the allocation and recommendations meeting occurring in July on the 31st. We do have a couple placeholders for strategic planning in August and September. And then the review of the bill language and adopting that bill language occurring in November and December of next year. The calendar was set up taking the election into consideration. And with that, if members want to discuss, and you may consider taking action to adopt the 2024 calendar today.
Okay. Comments on the calendar? Representative Westrom.
Madam Chair.
Oh, excuse me, Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, I've got a few questions, but Michael, the June 5th meeting, you indicated that would be the meeting. That's not the deadline of when we have to have our project selection in, but that's when we actually have the meeting to pick the projects. When would the project selection then be due? If the 5th is actually the meeting, I was thinking the 5th was when we had to have our selection in, and but which I was going to urge people to see if we could push that back a week. But you're talking, you'd have to have selections in sometime before the 5th. Can you tell me what we're thinking on that?
Michael?
Madam Chair and Senator Westrom, you are correct. That is, the June 5th would be the day that members would meet to make those selections. And typically we receive your individual evaluation selections about a week before we meet.
So, Madam Chair, I guess
yes.
I would raise a concern with this timeline, and maybe we need to push some other things out a little bit more. But my experience for several years that I've been on it is you don't get much of this done during the legislative session as legislators. And so you get this book and you come right out of session the week going into Memorial Day weekend. And if this has to be turned around a few days after Memorial Day weekend, so we can have it ready for the 5th, that's just unrealistic, I think, for at least legislative members. Speaking from experience, I was thinking the 5th was already a tight timeline to have the projects in, and I was going to suggest we have the project deadline be more like the 10th or the 12th. Becca, is there a way we could work the calendar with the project selection being, say, the 10th Monday, and then maybe the meeting for picking the meetings or picking the projects I don't know, the end of that week or the following week? I just find that always a very tough turnaround coming out of legislative sessions.
Show your daughter how much you love her with you.
Okay, we're trying to figure out the schedule here. Just a moment, Senator Westrom. So do you have a comment?
Madam Chair, I was going to say, and Michael can help me out here, but I think if we do push that date back, which we can do, but it kind of has this cascading effect. So what would happen is that like the presentation meetings, which are now scheduled for kind of late June, would probably need to be pushed into early July. And then we have the July 4th kind of weekend that we need to straddle a little bit. So it ends up then pushing the rest of the process into the late summer, early fall, which we can do. We were just in this scenario trying to protect your falls, especially for the representatives who have elections.
Commissioner Albrecht, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I respect Senator Westrom's comment. I understand completely where he's coming from. I was ready to move the adoption of the calendar, but would staff, even if if members had to submit their recommendations by the 31st, of May, would that be enough time to prepare for staff to prepare for the meeting on the 5th?
Ms. Nash? Oh, yeah, Michael, you want to? Sorry, Michael, would you?
Chair member Albright. Yes, that puts us in the range of possible for giving us enough time to get members' evaluations compiled and then getting them back to you.
Or even if we were to move the meeting to the 6th of June instead of the 5th. But if folks, could get their recommendations in 10 days after the close of session, which is May 20th, and we could move the meeting to the 6th for staff to have a little bit more time, would that be appropriate? I would move the calendar with the adjustment of the June 5th meeting to Thursday the 6th.
Okay, Ms. Nash.
Madam Chair and members, I think we can work with that. I think what I would also request is that the first presentation day be moved back then too, because what happens is that we have just 7 days between the time that you make your selections to when we need to schedule all the presenters, they need to develop their presentations, and then we need to have the presentation. So if we could make a little room so that we've got a little more time to plan for those presentations, that would be helpful.
So what are you suggesting?
So maybe, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. Given that comment, I would prefer not to move the presentation schedule because I just know once the 4th of July comes, it's really tough to get things going, and not only for the commission, but for presenters. So I'd prefer to keep that in. So I'll just withdraw that motion and restate a new motion that we adopt the calendar as presented. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. More comments? This is the time to make them.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, hold on just a minute, Senator. We're trying to work something out here.
I just consulted my very smart staff.
Hold on.
Who said that moving the June 5th meeting to June 6th or 7th shouldn't be a problem. We can still
either way.
That's still enough time for us to plan those presentation meetings without having to move the presentations.
Did you hear that, Senator Westrom?
I did.
Okay.
I
So
further comment.
you do or not? You do have further comment?
I do.
Yes, go ahead.
I do, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I would actually I was going to propose the 12th or 13th, and I realize it gets a little tight for maybe the first day on the 19th of notice, but if we all recall, I mean, there's agencies and universities and repeat applicants that are more than ready for these things. And we've been able to kind of juggle our schedule around several different things on when people get invited. So I believe we could certainly fill the first day or a couple of days with veteran presenters that have done this rodeo probably 10 or 20 times already and would be ready to go. So I'm wondering if there's a way to, my proposal or amendment, I guess, is to move the January 5th date to January 13th, Thursday, January 13th, which would give us then another week to finish the review. And I'm maybe open to the 12th if that's easier, but that still would give staff a week to notify, or 6 days to notify presenters, and the veteran presenters could be the first ones up that would be ready, and they can just dust off their old presentations, tweak them a little bit, and we know those agencies could be the beginning starters if that's an issue for some others. But that's I guess what I wanted to bring up. Moving it to the 6th isn't. This is a tight turnaround. Has been for legislators, and if we want to have some time to actually dig into these proposals, it's not going to get solved by just moving it one day, I don't think.
Well, staff
It's
said
already a
6.
tight timeline, and
Okay. All right, Rita, Commissioner Albrecht, you made the motion to keep it the way it is. Staff has talked about trying to move it to the 7th of June, and
Madam Chair, mine was a motion to amend it, to change the January 5th to.
I know
Okay.
that. We just don't have a set date. You sort of said a different ones, and I was trying to see if she would, how we can figure this out. So just be patient with me a second.
Okay, sounds good.
So I'm trying to work with staff here as well. Can you just give me a second here? We're trying to figure it out.
Sounds good.
Do you know what's going on?
Okay, hold on just a moment. Okay, if it's all right, Senator Westrom and Commissioner Albrecht, I'm going to ask staff to speak first. They're trying to work this out.
Okay, Madam Chair and members, I think if I understand, Senator Westrom is asking if the June 5th meeting could be moved instead to June 12th to allow members more time for review. We think that the 12th through the 9th, getting your decisions on the 12th and then having to have presentations on the 19th is still pretty tight for us to put that together, to send out, to get conflicts. People send us back conflicts, and we have to shift people and then send it out again to ask for more conflicts. So we're thinking that if we could do it on the 10th instead, we could do that. Another option could be that we could forego, if we wanted to meet on the June 12th instead, we could cancel the presentation dates on the 19th and 20th and at least maybe the 19th and 20th, and then just load up and have very long days on the other presentation dates.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Senator Westrom.
So Becca, we've got 6 days calendared. Past year, I think we just used 5, or am I remembering wrong? In a few times, I think we've done just 5, but can you refresh my memory?
Yes, Ms. Nash. At least from my memory, we've done 4, 5, and 6. And sometimes the days have been long.
So
sometimes we've done longer days and shorter days.
I think, Senator Westrom, if you're asking about the time between your decision date and the day of first presentations, I think we have my calendar.
No, I'm asking for how many days of presentations.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think we just did 5 days this past year. And
just a moment here.
I think that sounds right, Senator Westrom.
We did 5.
Let's just see here.
Oh.
So Madam Chair,
Yes.
Becca, let me just throw out an idea
I
if I
can see it
can.
here.
maybe to-
We did 5 last year.
So, I mean, I think we're open to that. I mean, I think maybe go 4 days the following week if you feel too compressed, and we could leave the 20 and 21st on the first week. I always think it's efficient to have at least 2 days if people are going to travel down there, but we can always modify the calendar a little bit then, but the idea maybe go 2 days the first week, at the last 2 days, and then add 1 more day. So you'd have 4 days the second week if we need that many days. But and then the 10th, I think, would be a big help, even getting into that week. But I realize that gives you then Monday all the way through the week to get notices out. So if that would be something you think could be workable and others would be okay with it, I think that would just be a little better than this calendar, as tight as it is.
Okay. All right. We're still discussing this. I'm going to ask Representative Hanson is next.
I moved to
Yeah.
table until after lunch.
All right. There's a motion to table, which we will do. We'll take this up right after lunch. All right. So let's return for lunch at 12:30, and we'll start off with this, and then we have our extensions we need to deal with. So thank you, everybody. Good discussion this morning.
So we need to cancel. Okay. It's in that little seating area. Yeah, actually went really well. We had, good day.
Yep, I'm sharing my screen right now. We didn't update the times. Oh, sorry. My bad. I can update that quickly. What do we want to update it to? 12:30.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back for our afternoon session of LCCMR. And we are going to go back to the calendar. It's been a little confusing on all this. So the last thing we were talking about, if I recall correctly, staff recommended the all right, have our in order here. So to go back where we were, Rita made the motion to adopt the calendar. The next amendment was from Senator Westrom, if I recall, and I don't know that we actually settled on a date. So we talked about the 10th. Senator Westrom, are you on? Senator Westrom?
I am, Madam Chair.
Yes. So just to be clear, you recommended, did you have a recommendation for the date? I'm sorry, I wrote down the 10th. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, if that's what staff thought we could work with, it was a compromise that I was trying to propose or see if we could work with.
Okay, Ms. Nash?
Madam Chair, members and staff, we've looked at the calendar over the break. And we believe that we can move the member review deadline a little later to the end of May. We could move the selection meeting from June 5th to June 10th. We realized we inadvertently scheduled presentations for the 19th, so we would want to cancel that day. We could accommodate that. One thing that we would ask is if maybe you could decide now that your presentations will continue to be the 15-minute long presentations, then at least we have a framework that we can work from and not have to wait to the last minute to set that schedule. So we can do all that.
Okay. So do we want to go, but Senator Western, what do you want to, you had an amendment. Do you want to
Madam
restate
Chair,
it?
I
Do you
would
wanna
make
go-
that an amendment, we change June 5th to June 10th and incorporate that we continue with the same format as we did this past year. 4 presentations at 15 minutes.
Okay, and then what's the date that we need the? So, and what about canceling the 19th?
I'd include that in my motion as well.
Okay. Okay, so do we understand Senator Westrom's amendment?
Can you restate the amendment, please?
Sure.
Madam Chair?
I'll try.
I
so,
can.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Westrom.
And Madam Chair, I don't want to put you on the spot. So we would change June 5th to June 10th.
Mm-hmm.
We would delete June 19th as one of the presentation days and incorporate that we would use the same presentation format as we used in the summer of 2023 at 15 minutes for presenters as was set forth this past summer.
And then about when do we get the proposals? So we changed that date too, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's on the calendar, Madam Chair. So I think it was
Okay. All right. So is everybody clear on that? Eliminate June 19th, change June 5th to June 10th, and make the proposal presentations 15 minutes. Okay, let's do a roll call. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm getting another lesson in law here. Commissioner Albrecht, and would you like to state any comments here on that one, this amendment?
I thank you, Madam Chair. I still would prefer that we keep the same motion, but if staff has said that they can adjust. I know that we have to take the June 19th off anyway, because I believe it's state holiday, Juneteenth. So that adjustment will need to be made in any case. So I won't oppose the amendment.
You will, I'm sorry, say it again.
I
You
will not oppose the amendment.
Okay. Okay. Okay, please take a roll call.
Gibson,
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson,
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her. Her. Acom,
Yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer,
Yes.
Backer, yes. D-Stick. D-Stick. Faber,
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green,
Yes.
Green, yes. Heinzman,
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins,
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth,
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Morris excused. Morrison,
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Pikel,
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese,
Reese, excuse me.
Reese, yes. Westrom,
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 14 yes, 0 no.
Okay. The motion and the amendment prevail. Yes, please. Okay, I thought because Rita agreed to it that we didn't need to.
She didn't incorporate it, so we gotta.
All right. All right, we'll go back to the main motion. Rita, you want to reinstate your motion and your,
I'll withdraw that. Can I withdraw that main motion, given that we've
yeah,
passed that amended motion?
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam.
yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair.
I know. All right. So Rita, do you want to say anything?
No.
All right. We are voting on the amendment to the amendment. And on the main
Madam Chair,
motion.
parliamentary
Amendment to the
point of
main
order.
motion.
There you go, Madam. The main motion was just amended by my amendment. Now we just need to vote on the motion as amended.
Yes, that's what yes. Okay. All right.
Gibson,
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson,
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her,
Her,
Her?
yes.
Her, yes. Acom,
Yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer,
Yes.
Backer, yes. D-Stick, D-Stick. Faber,
Faber, yes.
Faber, yes. Green, Green, yes. Heinzman,
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins,
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth,
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Morris excused. Morrison,
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Pikel,
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese,
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom,
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 15 yes, 0 no's.
Thank you. The motion prevails. Okay, I'm trying to find my agenda here. We are going to go on to 11. And this is, we're going to talk about the legislative extensions, and I'm going to, do you have your paper shuffling done? Can you take charge here?
Madam Chair, we're, staff is all going to tag team on this one. Agenda item, and I should just say that every year we have requests for extensions or adjustments to the appropriation language for previously funded projects. And those typically get included in our annual funding bill. This agenda item number 11 includes requests that are of a size and scope that we felt needed to come before the commission for discussion and decision. So there's a handout in your packets that specify the exact project requests and the action needed for each, and we've grouped those into categories. And Michael is going to explain the first category.
Yes. So just, Michael will go through this, and it's the legislative extension for 1 year. So Michael, you'll proceed.
Madam Chair, members, yes, in your packet, you have the memo and category A, the legislative extensions for 1 year. The projects listed here are 1-year extensions. Staff have discussed these requests with the project managers, and based on our understanding, extensions for these projects are needed. In many cases, the circumstances were out of the project manager's control, and in all cases, there's a high likelihood of success. The staff lead and project managers for these projects are here if members have any questions. Otherwise, members may consider an action to approve the appropriation end date be extended to June 30th, 2025 for these projects. This could be done as a whole or individually.
Yes, are there questions on any of these projects? All right, Representative Hanson.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Senator Hurd.
Oh, I'd like to motion for the extension.
Okay, Senator Hurd makes a motion to accept these extensions. Are there any questions? Senator Western, Senator Western, do you have your hand up or? Oh, okay.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make an extension with an addition or amendment to the motion that's already written here. I'd like to add D to the criteria here.
Yeah. Okay, Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senator. I think we're still on A1 through 8, which was just the extensions without modification.
Yeah.
Senator, I think we're on extension A, or the legislative extension without modification. So A1 through 8. So I assumed your motion here was on just the 1 year appropriation, 1 year extension without modification. And then we would go to the next subsection where there's modification. So I support A1 through 8.
Senator Hurd, you want to speak to that?
A1 through 8. Oh, yes. Right. I think I kind of jumped the gun a little bit. But maybe I'll wait till for staff to make a complete summary of it before I make the motion then.
Okay, so your motion currently is to do the legislative extensions on 1 through 8.
Right.
Correct. All right. We have a roll call.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her.
Yes.
Her, yes. Acom.
Yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer.
Yes.
Backer, yes. D-Stick. Faber.
Faber. Aye.
Faber, yes. Green. No. Green, no. Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins.
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Heichel.
Michael, yes.
Heichel, yes. Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom. Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 14 yes, 1 no.
Okay, motion prevails. Okay, next we're going to go through some of the extensions that will need some language modification. Becca, Ms. Nash?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, this is on your handout. This is category B. So the first one up is a request from the National Wound Center. And this is a project that was received funding in 2019. The original funding was to expire in 2022, and the commission and subsequently the legislature approved a 2-year extension to 2024. So these funds are getting ready to expire next year. So this is the second extension request. There were several conditions placed on the original funding. We included the appropriation language so that you can see those conditions. They included that a certain amount of the appropriation would be available for what we call the outdoor features, which included docks, shoreline restoration, interpretive trails, and educational kiosks. Another set amount of money was for the building and indoor features. They were going to be building a 15,000 square foot National Loon Center. This was all envisioned to be constructed on Army Corps of Engineer land in Cross Lake. The appropriation required that a 25-year lease would be required before any funds could be spent, and that no funds for the building and indoor features could be spent until $6 million in match was secured, and at least $2 million of that match must be from non-state sources. National Loon Center's Executive Director, John Moback, is here to provide an update on the project status and an explanation of their request. And you'll see that the action needed that's in your packets includes potential additional conditions to allow for a new plan that Mr. Moback will update you on. Okay.
Thank you. Welcome to LCCMR. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. John Moback, Executive Director, National Loon Center. Thank you, Madam Chair, members and staff for allowing me to join you here today and share a status update on our project. And again, express our gratitude for the grant in the first place, which we're excited about and remain excited about. The status of the project is the original 1.5 million that we had available to us to build the docks, put forth the shoreline restoration project, the boardwalks, the outdoor exhibits. All of that has been completed. We have 3 remaining exhibits that will be installed in the spring, but for the most part, the original 1.5 million is all completed. The second part of that grant is to construct the internationally significant Loon and Freshwater Education Institute, known as the National Loon Center. That's what we look forward to building and opening in 2025, and that's the reason we're here today to ask for that extension request. We've done some other things while we've been in the process of designing, building, and thinking about building the Loon Center. We've been very active as an internationally significant conservation organization already. We've acquired, thanks to funding from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, Conservation Partners Legacy Grant, 6 acres of prime loon nesting habitat, help to protect loon nesting up on East and West Fox Lake in 50 Lakes, Minnesota. We've had the stewardship. Our floating classroom has left the docks 122 times. I know some of you have seen that, and 1,500 people have joined us on those tours and learned a great deal about loon education, loon biology and the ecology and the importance of freshwater preservation. And we've also made presentations to over 8,000 people across the state and 12,000 people at the Nest, our temporary visitor center in Cross Lake. So the primary reason, though, for our extension request is that as we've gone down the road of trying to build this world-class facility, and again, we want to make it a sustainable architecture and net zero energy building that we can all be proud of, we ran into concerns at our Army Corps of Engineers site that would prohibit us from doing some of the sustainability measures we've long aspired to do and we promised to you all. We then found, thanks to a donation of $1 million donation of land just 500 yards away, the opportunity to do those things on a piece of land very close to the original site that still allows us to use the stewardship, the docks, do everything we originally intended to do there, but now build the facility on a 10-acre campus and give us the opportunity for future expansion, for parking on the site, to build a nice natural campus, and again, most importantly, to integrate those sustainability measures that are critical to the project. So then our fundraising status, I'll wrap up with that to tell you about the fact that we've raised $9.7 million already, partly thanks to $2.5 million bonding bill that we were successful in acquiring thanks to one of our lead authors, Senator Fong He. Representative Sidney Jordan on House side was our chief author. Many other supporters, some on this call, including Representative Heinzman, have been advocates for us and helped us to get that $2.5 million. So we've raised $9.7 million. We have a pending request right now for a $6.5 million bonding bill request that we've already had the Senate and House Capital Investment Committees visit the nest and visit the Cross Lake site to see our progress and learn firsthand about what we're doing and how well we're doing and how close we are to the finish line. And that's what I want to wrap up with, is that this has been a really successful and a bold visionary project to bring what I think is an essential Minnesota institution of conservation, as I mentioned, internationally significant research and education center, already taking place in international working groups and making real contributions to loon and freshwater science and research across the nation and into Canada. So this is our opportunity to get to the end zone, to help us with that 1-year extension, build the building on a new site, do the sustainability initiatives we aim to do, finish this project, open the doors to a public that's growing very, very excited to see this center open. So we're here today to ask for that support for us to complete the center on this new piece of land and continue with our original agreement to provide this loon and freshwater research and education facility to the people of Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I know I have a couple. Okay, then I'll go ahead and ask mine. I'm trying to figure out your status. You said you've raised 9.7 million from outdoor heritage and other state money?
Including the LCCMR, private funding is in there, 1.7 million of private funding.
Okay.
I included the $1 million land donation as a part of that 9.7 million. So all told, that's how we arrive at that number. And as I mentioned, 2.5 million in a bonding bill request that was passed in the last session.
Okay, so do you feel that this $2 million match from non-state sources, are you close?
Yes.
And you're
yes,
counting the land as one of those? I'm just trying to figure out the agreement we had in 2019.
Right.
What was the $4 million, and that project required a match of at least $6 million, 2 million of which had to be done with non-state sources. I wanted to know your status on your non-state sources.
So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
And we have pending requests for both the Loon Research Institute that would include naming rights and a community education wing. We have not needed to use naming rights for the facility itself yet, and we don't intend to do so. But we do have partners in negotiations that are very close, a total of $5 million of 2 different partners that would provide more than enough of the non-state funding. Our goal is to have that secured by the end of this year. So by December 31st, I'll be able to tell you that it's in hand.
Okay. Thank you. And then the last question I had, then we'll get to Commissioner Albrecht. Do you foresee you'll be coming back for another extension? Or will this be the final one?
We fully intend for this to be the final one. We intend to open the doors to the public in 2025.
Okay.
There are a lot of people who would be excited about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mobeck. Included in the memo from staff and the action needed are 3 additional conditions that we will be assuming on this project. And the first one is the land on which the center will be built needs to follow title, environmental, archaeological, and survey due diligence prior to acquisition according to ENRTF acquisition procedures. Do you have any challenges with meeting that condition? Mr. Mobeck?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. We do not anticipate any challenges. Those lands have been surveyed. There's an environmental assessment has already been done, but we are going to, for due diligence, complete the environmental assessment, the survey, archaeological concerns, and all of the due diligence before we take those lands into our possession. We don't have them as of this moment for that reason.
Okay. Okay. And follow up, please. Thank you, Mr. Mobeck. And then the other 2 conditions include the intended use continues and no transfer of ownership occurs for at least 25 years. And then the 3rd condition is construction does not begin until full funding needed to complete construction is legally committed. In the bank, I guess you would say, I can assume that some of your pledge or your funding that you've raised are perhaps pledges. And I'm just wondering if you anticipate having those pledges paid. And if I'm wrong, they're not pledges, I'd like to know that too, but
But we lost you, Rita. All of a sudden you're muted. Rita, can you hear us?
I can, yep, sorry.
Okay. If you'd repeat where you were. You were on number
I was
three.
just saying that conditions B and C, that no transfer of ownership occurs for at least 25 years, and then C, that construction does not begin until full funding needed to complete as construction is legally committed. I'm going to assume that perhaps some of your fundraising is in the form of pledges, and I'm just curious if you'll be able to meet that condition C.
Thank you, Mr. Bobeck, number B and C, or letters B and C.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. We, as of this moment, none of the monies that we have talked about have been pledges. However, if one of the agreements, Loon Research Institute or a community education wing, would have some portion of those that were committed over time, to be completely forthright, I don't know that because those negotiations haven't concluded. However, our goal is to have the monies in the bank to prove to you that construction can begin as early as June of next year.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been trying to follow this, and you said some things that had kind of made me curious, that you had already obtained some bonding. And did I hear you right that you're looking for more bonding as well in the next bonding bill?
That's correct.
Yes,
Madam Chair, so assuming you don't get that, how short are you on reaching your goal?
Mr. Bobeck.
Thank you for the question. And if we're successful, as I mentioned, on those two private opportunities that would total 5 million, we're overshooting the target to make sure. And I can assure you that if we have some notion that the bonding bill is unsuccessful in part or whole, from this day forward, we're trying to ensure that there's no gap in funding when May rolls around, because we want to get started. We intend to we're committed to being started in the summer of 2024 with construction. So that's the best I can answer that. We're planning for potentially the possibility that we don't get all of the funding.
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So two things then. One, you're overshooting your goal. So are you telling us that if you don't get this funding, you're going to move forward anyway, and you maybe don't need all of this funding? And then back to the bonding part of it, where are you right now as far as how short are you, and what is the total that you need, and where are you at right now?
Mr.
So,
Bobeck.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So we anticipate, if we were successful in the $6.5 million bonding bill, that the total amount we need to raise is $2.5 million, given all the other funding that I've mentioned. So when we say overshoot, what we're talking about is making sure that we've cultivated enough relationships so that we can then, and I do think as it gets close to the finish line and people know we're $2 million short of actually putting shovels in the ground. We have a lot of folks who've candidly come and said, we're very interested in helping if it means getting to the finish line. So that gap is easier to fill than the gap of the bonding bill funding itself. It's much harder, of course, to get $6.5 million. So the overshoot is just to make sure we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket. And I think for fundraisers, that's what all of us do, is to know that we've got 2 or 3 or 4 other options if we need them, because ultimately something falls through.
One more time, Madam Chair. So if, because you didn't really answer my question, I don't know what the total cost of this project will be, but if you're telling me that you're counting on the 6.5 million, and that if you got that, that would put you 2.5 million short. So you're looking at that, so that you are right now 9 million short of your goal that you need to complete this project. Is that correct?
Mr. Bobeck.
Madam Chair. And so the answer to that is, so far we're at about 9.5 million. We need about 8.5 million to get to the finish line. We think it's about an $18.5 million project. There's some, inevitably there'll be some whether it's 18 or 18.7, we don't have it dialed that precisely yet, but we're very close. So that gap, the 6.5 million of the bonding bill, the 2.5 that I'm talking about, my hope and my plan is that comes from one of the sources that I just mentioned, a $3 million request that's currently pending, the $2 million currently pending, again, Loon Research Institute naming rights for a community education wing, plus a robust capital campaign that we're going through right now to gather those individuals, private individuals who've said, we want to know what gap remains, and we will aggressively help you raise funds. And it's a very good capital campaign committee to help us raise that gap funding remaining at that point, whether it's $1, $2, or $3 million, depends on the success of those other two that I've just mentioned. I hope that's as clear as it can be. With funding from various sources, that's about as much as you can say until they've actually committed the funds and they're legally committed and they're in the bank.
Okay, I'm just a clarifying question, Madam Chair.
You bet.
So the 9 million that you're short right now, if this extension does not go through, 4 million would be added to that. So you're 13 million short on an $18 million project?
Mr. Mobeck?
Could you restate that question, please?
So, excuse me, Madam Chair. So you're talking about 6.5 million that's up in the air on the bonding. You got 2.5 million that you need besides that. That's 9 million. And you're asking for an extension on 4 million. That's $13 million that you don't have on an $18 million project.
Well,
Go ahead,
okay.
Mr. Mobeck.
Yeah, so the first 1.5 of that is included in the investments we've already made. So we've invested and spent 1.5 million of that total project cost in the grounds themselves, in the docks, the boardwalks, the shoreland restoration. So to that extent, 1.5 of it has already been spent in the project, thanks to the LCCMR funding we've already received. So the other 2.5, if the extension wasn't granted, it's definitely true that it would become our responsibility to replace that 2.5. There's no question about that. That is why we're here to ask for the extension. We think we've done a heck of a lot over the course of time and battled some difficult considerations, including having to shift our site midway through to a site that's going to be much better to create a National Loon Center for the long-term good of the people of our state. That was not an easy process. It took a long time. And also, we now have clarity that helps us raise funds as opposed to the unclarity of a challenging situation.
Okay. All right. Other questions, Senator Herr? Senator Herr?
Madam Chair, appreciate and first of all, I'm honored to be the chief author of the bill, and appreciate Mr. Mobeck for the presentation and his acknowledgement as well. This is an exciting project, Loon is our state bird, and we all know about that, but for detail or their environment or their habitat survival in the wild, we still the great majority of our population probably don't have the full knowledge, and I'm included. I'm still wanting to know more about our state bird as much as I can, other than going to Bounding Water and amazed by their calling and amazed by the beautiful feather and all that, but still a lot more for me to learn, and I'm honored to carry that bill. And I heard Mr. Mobeck say that this may be the last time they ask for extension, and to earn the trust of this legacy of this committee, of the LCCMR committee, I'd like to make a motion so that we can earn the trust, not from Mr. Mobeck, but the trust of this committee, that we will do the job, and I will be the chief author of the bonding bill coming up this session too, and I'm wholeheartedly will fight for that. And for sure we will additional funding will be secured so they can complete the project. So I'd like to make amendment on and I wonder, I'm curious to see Member Albright coach to does she have a question for me, or in addition to my motion to add on the criteria D for this. If not, I'll make the motion and then we can have the discussion. Is that good timing?
Yes, so just to be clear, you're making a motion for the extension,
Right.
correct? Okay,
Mhm.
and if we can, I'd like to have Commissioner Albrecht comment or add whatever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so as I understand it, Senator Hur's motion is to move the action as presented with items A, B, and C. And I have to say, I can't remember what item D was, but prior to tossing it back to him for explanation, I just raised my hand because I want to share that I think this is a perfect example of why when we looked at our RFP today, and one of the areas we looked at was evaluation criteria on page 7. And one of the items lifted up for us to consider, how is that going to be appropriately applied? And that was the capacity and readiness. So a project should demonstrate capacity and readiness for efforts to be managed and completed in timely, accountable, and effective manner. This is money that were set aside in 2019, and I fully support the Loon Center. I think it's an awesome idea. It'll be a great place for learning for both adults and youth. But you know, as good stewards of the Environmental Trust Fund, we have to really be diligent in our review and our follow-up with projects to make sure that they really are ripe for funding. And I think this is just a good example to show that some things that can happen if they're not fully funded. And I think the things that we changed about the capital investments that we do with the trust fund, including the criteria that are added into this particular motion, are really important. And I just want to share that so that the community and the public knows that we're trying to be good stewards of the trust fund money. And I'll just ask Senator Hur to reiterate what his additional criteria D was, because I missed what that was. Thank you.
Right, and
thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
Senator Hur.
Thank you, Member Albright. And the criteria D is that the extension language specify that this is the last extension that will be granted to the project, and this is an effort to gain our members' trust. I know that Mr. Moback and the project itself has been up to par and has been right. It's a right project and it's also ripe now, and I'm sure that they will get it done on time. But just to earn our members' trust, I want to make that amendment D to this section.
Okay, is that, thank you, Senator Hur. Is that clear to everybody? So that we've got A, B, and C, and then Senator Hur's add that this will be the last extension granted. We have a Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me a chance to respond and to support the senator's motion. I do want to also make a few comments, as Commissioner Albrecht just did, pointing out that some of these delays, in fact, the majority of what's happening here, are a result of government having to negotiate with government. And that so many people in good faith have worked super hard and diligently from the very beginning of this project to try to expedite that. And sometimes, despite everybody's best efforts in the private sector and in the nonprofit sector, government continues to be an obstacle. And I would point out that if the criteria that Commissioner Albrecht was mentioning is changed, there would be no Loon Center. This project would have never been allowed to have an opportunity to move forward. And that's exactly why the previous discussion earlier was so robust and passionate, because these kinds of things wouldn't make it across the line if the majority of folks that have mentioned their feelings on this and voted on this criteria and the strategic plan have their way. And I think that we have to continue to be more careful and more deliberate in how projects are allowed to even come to the LCCMR and have an opportunity to be heard. because as you just heard, folks, this one wouldn't have. Thank you.
Okay, other comments? I have a question about the 25 years. Did I hear you say that the land they donated it to you? And if that's the case, why is there just 25 years ownership on it? Or maybe it'll extend. I'm just trying to figure out the workup of why 25 years. Okay, just let me get his response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not put the 25-year number in there.
Okay.
Am I wrong about,
Okay, so then I'll get to staff, but your intention is to stay there for more than 25 years.
Madam Chair, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Nash.
Madam Chair, the condition was one that staff put on here for your consideration. And that is because the original language, the original plan was that they would be on the Army Corps of Engineers site, and we required that they secure a 25-year long lease before spending our money on a structure on land that they didn't own. And so we were just trying to maintain consistency with that original intent and saying that if you are now going to switch the construction to be on land that you own in fee title, can you at least commit to that 25 years on the new land? So that was, and that would, I would say, is also consistent with what the new capital construction requirements would be that go into effect in July 2025.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate that background. Representative Heinzman, is your hand still up? Or do you have another question? Representative Heinzman? Yeah, Representative Heinzman. Okay, his hand went down. Okay. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, this particular project has been subject of a lot of discussion. I think it was part of a global agreement to move forward. And I think we owe them the opportunity to try to complete the project. There's several safeties in here for the LCCMR and the Environmental Natural Resource Trust Fund, as there has been in the past. And I think to be critical of projects is pretty easy. As a farmer, I appreciate that it's difficult to break equipment unless you're actually operating it. If you're in an office or in the house, you don't tend to break equipment. So when you really get in the ground, these projects, all projects, can have complexities that were not intended. So that comes up with a lot of projects, and I agree with Representative Heinzman on the criteria for reviewing permits and things like that. We've had that comment about land acquisition before, and there's been a opposite argument that, well, we can't do the land negotiations until we have the funding in place. I think that's a similar situation, that if we were going to make sure that all these projects are fully baked before they come here and have all the initial, then we should also do the same with land acquisitions, that there should be a signed agreement in place there. And I don't think that would have the support of the commission. So I would be supportive of this. And I actually believe that if they need another extension to get them across the finish line, that we shouldn't put the other restriction on it as well. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Hurd, do you want to restate your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I restate my motion.
Okay, so just so we understand, this approval of this extension with A, similar to what we have, B, C, and then adding D as that this is the last extension. Am I correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's have a roll call.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her.
Yes.
Her, yes. Acom.
Yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer.
Yes.
Backer, yes. D-Stick. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green. Green, no. Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins.
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Pikel.
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom. Westrom. Currently, there are 13 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Motion prevails. Okay, we're gonna turn
Thank you.
to, thank you very much. We're gonna turn to Michael Varian. He's gonna, talk about the Crane Lake project. And Jim Jansen, I think, is available if needed. Okay, Michael, we'll start with you.
Madam Chair and members, the town of Crane Lake is here to request a 1-year extension and a request to reinvest revenue according to a plan that is described in their work plan, which is provided here. As a reminder, per 116P10, the option to reinvest revenue needs to be included in the recommended legislative bill. And Jim Jansen is here today to provide an update on the project and to make these requests. Members may consider an action to approve that appropriation end date to extend the June 30th, 2025 to June 30th, 2025 and approve that revenue generated from the project may be reinvested in the operations and maintenance of the Voyager National Park Crane Lake Visitor Center according to the plan described in the work plan.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Jansen. If he has reviewed the document and is okay with action 1 and action 2 as they're recommended.
Mr. Jansen. See that on?
Yes, Madam Chair and other board members, I am.
Okay, would you please state your name for the record here?
Sure, Jim Jansen, Crane Lake Township.
Therefore, I move the Voyager National Park Crane Lake Visitors Center extension of 1 year with the statutory changes as identified in action 1 and action 2.
Okay, more discussion? Seeing none, let's take the roll call.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her. Her.
Yes.
Her, yes.
Acom, yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer.
Backer, yes.
Backer, yes. D-Stick. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green.
No.
Green, no. Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins. Hollins.
Collins, yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Pikel.
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 14 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Motion prevails. We're gonna move back to Mike Campana. He's gonna talk about the Silver Bay's request. And I will note that Lena Freilich is here, if needed.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair and members. Next 2 items, number 3 and 4, the Silver Bay Multimodal Trailhead Project, which there have been 2 appropriations from the NRTF. In discussions with the project manager, we became aware that there may be a small amount of revenue generated from that project once it's completed, related to corner-operated showers, rental of the building space that would be built, and donations. They have requested to be able to reinvest that revenue to offset operations and maintenance of the trailhead once it's completed. And Lana Freilich is here to answer any questions if you have any questions about that.
Yes. Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With Ms. Freilich, have you reviewed the action item needed as provided in the documentation and are supportive and will comply with that?
Ms. Freilich?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Yes, I have reviewed it and in agreement with that.
Would you state your name and please for the record?
I apologize. Yes, Lana Freilich. I'm the city administrator for the city of Silver Bay.
Okay, thank you.
Therefore, Madam Chair, I would move the 1-year extension with the statutory modification to accommodate the actions needed as described for the Silver Bay Multimodal Trailhead Project.
Any other comments, questions? All right, let's take a roll call.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. I'm sorry here, I just had some technical difficulties. Hanson, yes.
Yes.
Her,
Yes.
her, yes. Acom.
Yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer.
Backer, yes.
Backer, yes. D-Stick. Faber.
Faber, yes.
Faber, yes. Green. Green, no. Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins.
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Pikel.
Pikel, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 14 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Motion prevails. Next, we are going to do 2-year extensions, but that some of those requests did not come through or changed. So we don't have that category. But we do have a couple others, and Michael, I'm going to turn this one up to you, the Upper St. Anthony Falls enhancement.
Yeah, Madam Chair and members, Friends of the Falls is here today to request a 3-year extension to provide some grounding for members. The appropriation did include a limit of 600,000 for planning, design, and engagement. A requirement that no funds be spent until Congress directs the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to convey the property. And once this is done, up to 100,000 can be spent on planning, design, and engagement. And the remaining of the funds can be spent after a binding agreement has been secured to acquire the land or access and use rights to the land for at least 25 years. Trustee Munson is here today to provide an update on the project and to make this request. And members may consider an action to approve the recommendation that the appropriation end date be extended to June 30th, 2027.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And I might add that Joel Carlson is here as well.
Right.
To answer questions from anyone about this proposal extension. Are there questions? Oh, Trustee, yes. I don't see her on here. All right, Trustee, hi, welcome. If you'd state your name for the
Yes.
record.
Hi, I'm Kirsty Duval. I'm here on behalf of Friends of the Falls.
Okay, thank you
I'd be
very
happy
much.
to provide an update.
Okay. What? Yeah. So I'm going to ask the same question that Representative Hanson would normally ask. These are recommendations. Are you the action needed? Are you all right with that? And the appropriation language change? Kirsty, I'll have you answer that.
Yes, grateful to work with Michael on preparing this request. And yeah, we're prepared to complete the work within the extension period. And unfortunately, we couldn't avoid it due to federal law, but we're on track. We're on track.
And you're confident in all that activity will happen in this time frame?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
We have a rock solid timeline in place with the Corps to accommodate their additional requirements, which are basically rooted in what's called Section 408 modifications process. They need to review some of the modifications that will need to take place on the subject parcel prior to its conveyance. And so we're working through that scope with them and that timeline, and are confident that it will be completed within the period of time we're asking.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any motion, Representative Hanson?
I think this is actually in Senator Dietzig's district, so I would check if she is on, if she is interested in that.
Senator Dietzig? She on? Senator Dietzig? Okay, looks like it's up to you.
Mr. Carlson looks like he is.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carlson, sorry.
Hi, Madam Chair and members. Joel
Hello.
Carlson. I represent the Friends of the Falls. Happy to be here in front of you. I hadn't heard Senator Dietzig voting online at the last couple of votes, but I can tell you that I have briefed her on the request, and I'm not speaking for her, but I know she understands it. The efforts that we've had to go through with the Corps of Engineers to get site control, and I won't speak for her, but I know she didn't express any concerns about the extension.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Okay, she's not on. Correct? Okay. Representative Hanson.
Seeing as the delay is caused by an inaction on the federal government's that they could not proceed, and we have conditions in here that have been agreed to by the project managers, I would move the extension. Now I was confused. It said 3 year and 2 years. So it is to June 30th, 2027 would be the motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Ms. Nash?
Mr. Chair, yes, I believe that it's under category D, 3 year extension. Okay.
That would be my motion, and I would ask for your support.
Okay, more comments. Commissioner Reese.
Madam Chair, just a matter of fairness, we had a similar situation a couple projects ago, and just wanted to know if there'd be interest in putting this in as the last extension.
I would accept that as a federal or a friendly amendment.
Okay. All right, so yes, Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question here. In the conveyance from the Army Corps to the city of Minneapolis, is there a cost in that, or is it just, are they just gonna hopefully turn it over? What is the plan?
Who would like to answer that?
Yeah,
okay.
I can take that, Madam Chair, and Kirsty's here as well, but we anticipated that there would be a cost associated with acquiring the property, but we think that our congressional delegation has got that down to the cost of the legal work for the conveyance. So I don't think we're going to have to end up paying directly for the property. But there are significant costs in getting the conveyance completed, but not for the land itself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All I can tell you is good luck working with the Army Corps.
Any suggestions? Okay, all right. Any other comments? All right, we have a motion on the floor with the addition, this would be their last request, correct?
Correct.
All right, a roll call, please.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her,
Yes.
Her, yes. Acom.
Yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer.
Yes.
Thacker, yes. D-Stick. D-Stick. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green.
Yes.
Green, yes. Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins.
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison, I.
Morrison, yes. Peichel.
Peichel, yes.
Peichel, yes. Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom.
Westrom, aye.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 15 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. Motion prevails.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carlson. Okay, last item up is from Brian Herman. Let's see, Michael is going to start the tee up the process, the project, and then we'll hear from Brian Herman.
Yeah, so Madam Chair and members, we have another 3 year extension request here. The U of M Morris is making that request, and Brian Herman is here today to provide an update on the project and to make that request. In which members may consider action to approve that the appropriation end date be extended to June 30th, 2027.
Okay, thank you. Brian Herman, are you there?
I am here.
Okay,
on-
thank you for
I'm on Zoom.
coming. Do you want to give us an update on the project and explain your request?
I certainly will. Thank you very much for allowing me to meet with this way, Chair Gibson and members. The project, the storing renewable energy in a flow battery for grid use, is an exciting project and has been progressing very well. There has been a great deal of interest in this project, and it is truly a great partnership between Otter Tail Power Company, Open Access Technology, which is a Minnesota company, and the University of Minnesota Morris. The reason we're requesting the extension is to account for the longer lead time on this research and demonstration project. We have researched and learned a great deal about the changing marketplace of potential suppliers. COVID and other changes drastically changed the market and acquisitions and different things. So the manufacturers that are out there have stabilized a little bit. We did take a significant amount of time to figure out exactly infrastructure and where the battery would connect to the grid near the Morris campus. And we have identified the best locations. Part of this project as well is a solar array, and that is contracted and construction will be complete by spring. We are requesting the extension to continue our research and consultation with manufacturers. They noted that because of COVID supply chain and other delays in their business, that from the point of signing a contract, it could potentially be 18 months before it would be installed and operational. The interconnection process for this project will also likely begin and could take between 12 and 18 months. And we have also we're requesting a 3-year extension, so we'd have a little bit of time at the end of the project to analyze our use cases for this. We are still on track to meet our goals for this project to be able to provide a research and demonstration of an industry-changing technology that will allow the grid to become more resilient and improve grid services, particularly in rural areas, to leverage the increase in the renewable energy that will be on the grid. And flow batteries they need to be tested in our cold weather climate and to be able to understand the performance. They are rated to be able to do that, but there hasn't been one placed in the upper Midwest. And so we want to be able to test the unlimited cycle and the less dependence on harder to obtain metals. And then there's also a workforce development component of this. So I am open to questions. I really appreciate your support on this project and appreciate the time and consideration that you've given to this.
Questions? Yes, Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Herman, you've been listening to the motions. So just checking if we're going to be consistent, that we'd add that this is the final extension. If you're okay with that or understand that, then I would move it. I'd like to get your opinion.
Chair Gibson
Mr.
and member,
Yeah.
sorry. Yes, I would accept that, and we are comfortable with that timeline.
Therefore, I would move the storing renewable energy and flow battery for grid use for an extension until June 30th, 2027, and that this would be the final extension.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Senator Westrom, did you have a comment?
Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, Representative Hanson beat me to the punch. So I'd just echo I'd support his motion and urge members to support this extension. Maybe Mr. Herman, one question I think that's just worth noting, there's a sizable contribution, I believe, from private sources or even possibly the utility company. Is that anything able to be discussed, or is that my understanding correct?
Mr. Herman?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and Senator Westrom. Yes, there is a sizable contribution from Otter Tail Power. They will have the largest share of ownership in the project, and so this is an outstanding partnership between them. And Open Access Technology is also contributing resources to this project.
That it? All right, Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I was going to defer to Senator Dietzick on that, I would defer to Senator Westrom if you would like to make that motion. I would, he can make that motion. I would withdraw my name and substitute Senator Westrom.
All right, Senator Westrom, are you all right with that?
I'm fine with that, Madam Chair. I'll make the motion and urge members support.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, concerns? All right, ready for a vote?
Gibson,
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson,
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her. Acom.
Her yes. Her yes.
Her, yes. Acom. Yes. Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer.
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 Backer, yes.
Backer, yes. Diestick. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green. Green, yes. Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins.
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Pikel.
Pikel, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese.
Reese abstains.
Reese abstains. Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes.
Okay, motion prevails. Thank you. One other quick item. We need to appoint a subcommittee for our strategic planning, the subcommittee. So I don't know. Have we just, I know we have Representative Heinzman has agreed. Yeah, yes. So I'm looking for volunteers. We'd like to have, ideally, a minority member from the House and the Senate and a majority member from the House and Senate. And so at this point, I know we have represented Heinzman and Hanson. Okay, and then Senator, we have.
No discussing it.
Okay, we'll pass on that for 30 seconds. And then we need, and then it's Senator
Chair.
Herr. Yeah, Senator Herr, is that? Senator Herr, are you volunteering your time for the subcommittee?
I certainly can. Yes.
Good, thank you. And now we need 3 citizen members, and we had 5 suggest they wanted to do that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can you recognize me, please?
Oh, boy, that's gonna be hard. It's
Hey.
hard not to.
Yeah, well, I'm going to make sure we run over.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I have been given, I've been, after some discussions over the lunch break, on behalf of the citizen members and with Mr. Reed sitting there, I would, the slate of citizen people that would like to be appointed is Albright, Langseth, and Reese, with an alternate in Pikel.
Okay,
I make that motion, or whatever.
well, let's make sure they agree to it.
I've already chatted with them.
Okay, so, and then we
Except
have
Mr. Reese
Langseth.
directly. Mr. Reese, are you willing? You had said that
He's shaking
earlier.
his head that yes.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you.
Okay, and
Thank you for your confidence, Dr. Bill.
Absolutely, Mr. Reese. My pleasure, buddy.
and then Commissioner Langseth and Commissioner Albrecht. What do we, is this a yay or nay? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yep. Yes.
Yes, as Commissioner Faber mentioned, we had a little over lunch and recommended that he make
Okay.
a motion and support our nomination to the committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Senator Green is going to take over for on the Senate side. So just to tell everybody, we have Senator Herr and Senator Green. We have Representative Heinzman and Representative Hanson, and then citizen members, Commissioner Albrecht, Commissioner Langseth, and Commissioner Reese, and Pikel as an alternative. Is that correct? alternate, I should say. Okay, I think that's it. Should we vote on the package? Somebody move it, please. Thank you. All right, so this is the appointment of a subcommittee for the strategic plan. All right, Senator Green, I'm taking the words out of your mouth. Okay. All right, let's do a little roll call here. This is action. I think we better have a vote.
Motion?
Senator Green. Sorry, I took words
Gibson.
out of your mouth. Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her.
Her, yes.
Her, yes. Acom.
Acom, yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Albright, yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer.
Yes.
Backer, yes. D-Stick. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green. Green, yes. Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Hollins.
Yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison.
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Pikel.
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 15 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. The motion prevails. Do we have any other business? I don't hear any other business. I want to thank you. It's been a long day and a lot of good issues that we've discussed. And with that, we're adjourned.